Chapter 881. If you did not let others know of your strength, others would not take you seriously at all. In the future, similar things might happen one after another. Then it would really be endless. Only by letting others know of your strength would the majority have some fear towards you. Even if there were those who acted recklessly, it would also be in the minority after all. Now! Immediately! Apologize to me immediately, and I can treat it as if nothing happened. Ling Xiao decided to endure it one more time. He planned to give this Ling Chan another chance. Apologize your mother's ass! All of a sudden, Ling Chan exploded and leaped into the air. His right leg was filled with heavenly elemental energy. It was as if a thick giant sword had descended from the sky and pierced towards Ling Xiao. The leg technique was swift and terrifying, mixed with a violent gust of wind. Anyone could tell that this kick would severely injure an ordinary martial artist, even if they didn't die. However, Ling Xiao just stood there, with no intention of dodging at all. When Ling Chan's right leg approached, his right hand suddenly extended out like lightning, firmly grabbing Ling Chan's right leg. Eh? Ling Chan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that this heavenly essence energy attack of his would actually be easily blocked by this fellow. Impossible! An even stronger aura erupted. Ling Chan's body entered half-demon state. His original human hand turned into sharp claws, and then ruthlessly grabbed towards Ling Xiao's neck. Incomparably ruthless. The power was even stronger than the previous leg technique. That human is finished. Although he forced Ling Chan into half-demon state, this attack was too sudden. He can't block it at all. Feng Mingbo laughed coldly and said to the people beside him. As if to show that his eyesight was outstanding, he deliberately spoke very loudly. Young Master Bo is wise. Slap! Those praises had not yet landed when suddenly, a loud slap rang out. People only saw Ling Chan fly more than 10 meters like he was thrown out trash before smashing onto the stone table. Then, Ling Chan's body began to tremble nonstop. His face revealed a terrified and angry expression, and even some despair. This scene made the entire place fall silent. Ling Chan wanted to cripple that human child, but he was crippled by the other party instead? You crippled me? Ling Chan screamed hysterically. That's right, I crippled you, Ling Xiao said indifferently. You and I are trash from the Sky Dragon continent. You and I are lowly humans. I can't be bothered to bicker with you. After all, you are usually arrogant, why would you care about others? But you shouldn't have attacked me. I'm not afraid of you, I'm too lazy to bicker with a rotten worm like you. But you're not willing to give up and insist on finding trouble with me. Do you know what you're doing? This is called if you don't do it, you won't die. You want to cripple me? Then I'll cripple you. Ling Xiao even dared to cripple Feng Mingyu. What was a mere Ling Chan to him? Lung 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 lung, lung 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 of lung 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 lung. However, this Ling Chan was really an idiot. He thought that others would not dare to touch him. He thought that he could do as he pleased with just a little bit of strength. In the end, he ended up being crippled. Do you really think you have the qualifications to represent the divine Phoenix continent? You're just a pitiful worm that Feng Mingbo pushed to his death. Now get lost, I don't want to see you again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Ling Xiao glanced at Ling Chan, who was lying on the ground, then gave Han Myungkeo and the others a look before turning to leave. Han Myungkeo did not move. Instead, she looked at Dao Wuming and said, You traitor, I'll take your head with my own hands sooner or later. After saying that, she followed Ling Xiao out of the plaza. Stop him. Ling Chan was about to go crazy. His cultivation was crippled by a slap, and he did not even know how his opponent did it. Compared to his cultivation being crippled, losing face was obviously more important. As a young master of the Golden Condor clan, he naturally had guards with him. Unfortunately, he was too confident earlier and did not ask for help from his guards. Otherwise, he would have been able to withstand a few more blows. Only then did the guards realize what was going on. They all moved to block Ling Xiao's path. Even the phoenix-tailed golden condor leaped into the air, its sharp claws aimed at Ling Xiao's head. The phoenix-tailed golden condor's strength was equivalent to a breakthrough heavenly pulse martial artist, which was on par with Ling Chan. However, most beasts had more potential, especially the phoenix-tailed golden condor. Its claws and beak were very sharp, comparable to an immortal artifact. Its combat strength was enough to give some martial artists who had just entered the celestial realm a headache. Well done, Condor. Kill him. Ignorant beast, death is not to be regretted. Ling Xiao snorted. He then raised his hand, and a bright light broke through the air. Bam! The huge phoenix-tailed golden condor lost its vitality and fell heavily to the ground like a dead chicken. What just happened? I don't know, it looked like a light? What did that young man do? That's too fast. It's not fast, and it's ruthless. He killed the phoenix-tailed golden condor in one blow. It seems like he really showed mercy to Ling Chan, otherwise Ling Chan would have been killed instead of crippled. That's right. Who is this terrifying young man? His name is Ling Xiao, the chosen one of the heavenly dragon continent. He's the one who the true demonic empire has a huge bounty on. Dao Wuming yelled at the top of his lungs. Perhaps he thought that if these people knew about Ling Xiao's identity, Ling Xiao would never have the chance to be a Ning. After all, the true demonic empire's bounty on Ling Xiao was too high. It was as high as the bounty for a yin-yang realm criminal. It was a total of 1 million upper spiritual stones, according to the exchange rate of 100 to 1. That was 100 million middle spiritual stones and 10 billion lower spiritual stones. To all the martial artists present, that was a terrifying number and a huge temptation. For a moment, many pairs of unkind gazes were cast towards Ling Xiao. They were filled with greed and excitement. Whoever wants to die, feel free to make a move. I don't mind killing you all like I killed that beast. Ling Xiao was calm as if nothing had happened. He coldly swept his gaze over the crowd, then continued to walk out of the plaza. The crowd surrounding the plaza actually automatically opened up a path for him. All a bunch of trash. With so many people, could it be that you're still afraid of a mere human? You people have really thrown away the face of the divine Phoenix continent. When Feng Mingbo saw this scene, he was truly enraged. Earlier, it was he who told Ling Chan to cripple Ling Xiao. In the end, the one who was crippled was Ling Chan. If this matter were to spread, he, Feng Mingbo, would lose all face. He could feel that his face was burning. Although no one slapped him, he still felt so depressed in his heart that he wanted to vomit blood. Everyone else is trash? What about you? Since you're so brave, why don't you stand out and give it a try? See if you can defeat that brat? Among the nobles there were also people who were not afraid of Feng Mingbo. After being scolded by Feng Mingbo for no reason, they naturally had to retaliate. Chapter 882. That's right, Feng Mingbo, if you're a man, then teach that human a lesson. If you don't dare, then shut your stinky mouth. Don't show off your royal prestige, we're not afraid. Internal strife? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Mingbo with disdain. He didn't mean to provoke him. He hadn't forgotten his purpose in coming to the divine Phoenix continent. Since he couldn't enter the Phoenix Academy, he could only go to Qingshu College. Feng Mingbo stood there, feeling as if the people around him had suddenly become his enemy. His chest was heaving up and down, and there was anger in his heart that couldn't be vented. All of this was thanks to that lowly human. If he didn't do something today, how could he stand among these aristocratic children in the future? Wouldn't he be laughed at every day? But Feng Mingbo was still a little worried. He didn't know Ling Xiao's strength at all. Just now, Ling Xiao had crippled the breakthrough heaven vein martial artist, Ling Chan, with one blow. Because it was too fast, he couldn't see through Ling Xiao's true cultivation. This person was mysterious and unfathomable. He was really difficult to deal with. But, what are you afraid of? He looks like he's only 15 or 16 years old. His strength is at most at the early stage of one-line sky. With this kind of cultivation, defeating Ling Chan is normal. After all, there's a big gap between the heaven realm and the transcendent realm. Another voice roared in Feng Mingbo's heart. Yes, my cultivation is at the late stage of one-line sky. Dealing with a cultivator at the early stage of one-line sky, isn't it easy? The voice in his heart made Feng Mingbo's confidence rise. He had no choice but to fight today. Ling Xiao was just a lowly human, a piece of trash that escaped from the heavenly dragon continent. If she was afraid of such a person, she would be looked down upon even within the Ice Phoenix clan, let alone outside. If he won this battle, then not only could he continue to be carefree, he could also give Qingshu College's Feng Yanran a heavy blow. It was simply the best of both worlds. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. He suddenly lifted his foot and rushed out, blocking the path of Ling Xiao and the others. Brat, you want to leave after injuring someone? Do you really think that the Phoenix Academy is your backyard, where you can come and go as you please? Feng Mingbo's words were filled with an incomparably sinister aura, as if he was a venomous snake spying on its prey. What? You want your cultivation to be crippled as well? Ling Xiao felt that he was already tolerant enough. Just now, this Feng Mingbo kept instigating Ling Chan to deal with him and cripple him, but he just acted as if nothing had happened. But now, this guy was actually blocking his way. He clearly didn't want him to leave just like that. Even a man made of mud would have a temper, not to mention that he didn't like to be taken advantage of. Ha ha ha, cripple me? You'll find out who crippled who in a moment. Feng Mingbo laughed out loud and said, Don't think that just because you defeated Ling Chan, you're still nothing in front of this young master. There was a hint of mockery between Ling Zhao's brows, and he said disdainfully, I only see that you so-called royal nobles have powerful mouths, but when it comes to battle, I'm afraid that you're not even 1/10,000th of that mouth. You're simply useless. As he spoke, he pointed at Ling Chan, who had been helped up by a few guards. The Ling Chan just now was as impressive, as insufferably arrogant as the current Feng Mingbo. He's already cheap enough, I didn't expect you to be even more cheap than him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Get lost, I'm not in the mood to fight with you today, before I change my mind. Hee, Feng Mingbo, you're not a ball-less idiot, are you? You're being scolded like this, and you're not angry at all? That's right, everyone else is asking you to get lost. If you don't teach them a lesson, I'm afraid that you, young Master Bo, will become young Master Ruo, ha 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 ha. The aristocrats weren't that harmonious. Apart from the Fire Phoenix clan and the Ice Phoenix clan, the other aristocrats also wanted to get involved in the Emperor's election. During this period of time, they were constantly making moves, so it was normal for them to be sarcastic and mocking Feng Mingbo now. Want these aristocrats to unite? Unless there were commoners who rebelled. Hearing these words, Feng Mingbo's eyes flickered with a sinister killing intent. If Ling Xiao had given in to him, he would still have a way out, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao's attitude to be so unyielding. He no longer had any way out, so he could only make a move. Everyone has to be responsible for their words. In the Sky Dragon continent, you're the chosen one, but in the Divine Phoenix continent, you're just a lowly human. Feng Mingbo's pupils constricted to the extreme, and a cold light shot out, as if he could make a move at any time. That's right, everyone has to be responsible for their words. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and took a step forward. A terrifying killing intent erupted and collided with Feng Mingbo's aura. You keep calling me a lowly human, a trash of the Sky Dragon continent. Do you understand the consequences of this? You and I are just lowly humans in the Divine Phoenix continent, but what about you? In my eyes, you're just a beast that can be slaughtered at will. You dare call me a beast? Feng Mingbo's entire body was trembling. His eyes were like a viper staring at Ling Xiao, and he was on the verge of exploding. I, Feng Mingbo, was born in an imperial family. I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, and my talent is outstanding. I'm only 19 years old, and my cultivation has already reached the late stage of the one-line sky realm. Compared to me, you're nothing. You're just a lowly human, are you wrong? A terrifying aura burst out from Feng Mingbo's body and turned into a fierce cold air, completely enveloping Ling Xiao. The strength of the late stage of the one-line sky realm was completely displayed, as if he wanted to subdue the enemy without fighting. He wanted to make Ling Xiao kneel in front of him and bow his head. Boom! Ling Xiao took another step forward, and his terrifying killing intent became even stronger. That aura seemed to have condensed into an unparalleled devil sword, and it still moved with ease within the cold air. I, Ling Xiao, am just a commoner with poor aptitude. I don't have any elders to guide me, and no one has prepared cultivation resources for me. But I'm only 15 years old, and I can rely on my own efforts to defeat a one-line sky realm martial artist. I've also killed the Plague Demon King, the Evil Beast Demon King, and repelled the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King. In front of me, you're just a worm. What do you have to compare with me? That's right, his cultivation was not as good as Feng Mingbo's, but he was able to defeat Feng Mingbo. This was even more terrifying than having a similar cultivation. Looking at Ling Xiao's violent aura, and listening to the two kinds of power colliding with each other, everyone was incomparably shocked. This Ling Xiao was truly worthy of being the Heavenly Dragon Continent's chosen one. Not to mention his cultivation, just this battle record alone was definitely more monstrous than Feng Mingbo's. In front of Ling Xiao, Feng Mingbo was not even worth a fart. Although they were unwilling to admit it, this was the truth. Whether it was Ling Xiao's courage or experience, he far surpassed Feng Mingbo. Chapter 883. If this person can't join the Phoenix Academy, then I'm afraid it will be the Phoenix Academy's loss. This time, Qingshu College has made a huge profit. Many people in the crowd thought to themselves. Feng Yanran was even more excited. Earlier today, although she met Ling Xiao, she didn't realize that Ling Xiao was such an amazing person. So when her cousin Feng Yishan mentioned that Ling Xiao was the son of those two, she didn't quite believe it. But at this moment, she believed it. Only the sons of those two could be so courageous and heroic. Ling Chan, who was standing at the side, was annoyed when he heard this. If he knew that this person was the chosen one of the Heavenly Dragon Continent, he wouldn't have touched him even if he was beaten to death. Although this person's reputation in the Divine Phoenix Continent wasn't as great as in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, he was still known by the people of the two great academies. Some teachers even used this person as a model to teach their students. He glared fiercely at Dao Wuming. If Dao Wuming had told him who this person was, he wouldn't have had his cultivation crippled. But fortunately, his martial veins weren't crippled, so there was still a chance for his cultivation to recover. It seemed that the other party had indeed been merciful. At this moment, Feng Mingbo, who was standing there, was clearly taller than Ling Xiao by a head, but in the eyes of the crowd, he was completely dwarfed. He was close to 2 meters tall, but compared to Ling Xiao, he seemed like a childish child. When Ling Xiao was rebuking the world, he, Feng Mingbo, could only fight bravely at the table. He hadn't even been on the battlefield once. In terms of aura, Feng Mingbo had completely lost. He had lost in a complete mess. He originally planned to use his powerful cultivation to suppress Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao admit defeat. This way, he could avoid an uncertain battle. But the development of the situation was completely different from what he expected. The one who was suppressed wasn't Ling Xiao, but him. Ling Xiao's aura was too strong. Standing in front of him was like a boundless world, making him seem incomparably small. Kneel! Suddenly, a thunderous voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. The terrifying effect of the secret soul technique struck Feng Mingbo's soul directly. Plop! Feng Mingbo actually knelt on the ground, his whole body covered in cold sweat. Whoosh! At this moment, the crowd was in chaos. Although he had lost to Ling Xiao in terms of aura, a noble, a member of the royal family had actually knelt in front of a lowly human. No one would believe this. No! What sorcery did you use? Not long after Feng Mingbo knelt down, he stood up again and roared with a hysterical voice. Losing face was even more unbearable than being killed. Sorcery? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. You're not good enough and can't stand the pressure of my aura, so you actually used some demonic technique on me. Bastard! I want you to die today! Feng Mingbo was completely enraged. Show me your martial soul. I won't bully a human without a martial soul. As he spoke, the image of a phoenix appeared behind Feng Mingbo's back. His body also began to undergo some magical changes and entered a half-demon state. I don't need a martial soul to deal with you, Ling Xiao said indifferently. You, on the other hand, have really wasted the divine phoenix bloodline. You have such a high-grade bloodline, but your cultivation is a mess. Alright, then let's try. Feng Mingbo finally couldn't hold it in anymore. In a fit of rage, he attacked with both fists. 2 balls of cold aura wrapped around his fists. His aura instantly exploded, as if it could explode at any time, producing a terrifying power. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. Using his finger as a sword, that seemingly ordinary finger instantly turned into a sharp weapon to subdue demons. The murderous aura that condensed on his finger actually made Feng Mingbo feel a terrifying aura of death. No! I'm actually scared. Feng Mingbo couldn't believe that he had lost before the battle. His opponent hadn't even made a move and he was already scared. Are you scared? Ling Xiao's voice rang in his ears. Feng Mingbo sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, his entire world seemed to be locked by a sharp sword qi. No matter where he ran, he couldn't escape. He even felt that his body was already riddled with holes and blood was flowing out. However, this was just an illusion brought to him by the terrifying pressure. No! I don't believe it! Feng Mingbo wasn't willing to wait for death like this. He crazily increased his strength in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's seemingly casual but shockingly terrifying attack. Puchi! He felt a real pain coming from his body. Then, he realized that his protective heavenly essence energy had been easily penetrated. A bloody hole had appeared on his hands. This time, it wasn't an illusion. It was a real wound. However, his opponent's finger was still a foot away from him. What was going on? He didn't have time to think. He didn't dare to fight Ling Xiao head-on. In front of everyone, he turned around and ran. The dazzling ice phoenix wings stretched out from his back, and his speed was raised to the extreme. However, no matter how fast he still couldn't escape the lock of Ling Xiao's finger sword. Come down! Lightly spitting out 3 words, the sword qi on Ling Xiao's fingertip pierced through the air. Feng Mingbo, who had just soared 4 to 5 meters high, tilted his body and fell heavily to the ground. The crystal-like ice phoenix phantom blocked in front of Ling Xiao, attempting to stop Ling Xiao from continuing his attack. A mere bloodline power dares to block me? Destroy! Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The qi on his fingertip became even more ferocious. The huge ice phoenix phantom instantly collapsed, turning into ice shards that filled the sky and disappeared without a trace. Feng Mingbo lay on the ground, looking at Ling Xiao in horror like a dead dog. There was actually a penetrating wound on his legs. Drops of blood kept dripping out from the bloody hole. What a horrifying sight! Terrifying! He didn't expect the power of this youth's finger to be so terrifying. Was this a sword technique? It was really as he said. There was no need to use his martial soul to deal with Feng Mingbo. He didn't even need to use his weapon. Just a casual finger was enough to end the battle. Just how terrifying was this youth's strength? That was Feng Mingbo, a 19-year-old Heaven Realm martial artist. In the Heavenly Dragon continent, he was a genius second only to the Holy Sun. Even in the Divine Phoenix continent, he was definitely not weak. Among those of the same age, he was definitely one of the stronger ones. But this Ling Xiao was too terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. It made people feel mysterious and fearful. Han Myungkeo, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, secretly smiled bitterly. Sure enough, no matter where this person went, he was as brilliant as the sun. She had also once defeated a one-line sky martial artist with the cultivation of a breakthrough stage heaven vein martial artist. But that was a Pyrrhic victory. After winning, she could barely move and almost lost her life. However, Ling Xiao won so easily. If she was a super genius, then what was Ling Xiao? Chapter 884. A super monster? A super monster? A super genius among super geniuses? It seemed that no words could describe the terror of this youth. He had really surpassed his peers by too much. It was not a difference in cultivation, but a difference in martial arts attainments. That finger just now was clearly a sign of sword intent reaching completion. Sword intent was very important to martial artists or swordsmen who used swords. Some people thought that sword intent was illusory, but it was not. Sword intent truly existed. From entry to completion, from completion to completion, from completion to perfection, from perfection to perfection, from perfection to perfection, from perfection to manifestation, from manifestation to general momentum, from general momentum to nuance, from nuance to profound, and finally to the realm of man and sword as one. I am the sword, and the sword is me. Whether it was slaughter sword intent or destruction sword intent, they were just practical methods of sword intent. The existence of sword intent was a comprehensive improvement to a swordsman, including lethality, willpower, speed, sword moves, and so on. Ling Xiao's sword intent before was only at entry level, so it could only intimidate the enemy, but not much practical use. However, now that sword intent had reached completion, it could already cause substantial damage. Just now, when he used his finger as a sword, it was the sword intent that wrapped around his finger and fused with heavenly essence energy to cause explosive damage. An ordinary finger sword was not that powerful. Just sword intent was already so terrifying. Then when he reached the realm of man and sword as one, how powerful would he be? Han Myeonkeo could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, shocked in her heart. She also used a sword, but her sword intent was still unable to awaken. This was probably the biggest reason why she lost to Ling Xiao back then. Sometimes the gap between martial artists was not just a matter of cultivation level. Cultivation level was just a reference point. Interesting. Sword intent has just reached completion, and it's already so powerful. It seems that I'm on the right path. Ling Xiao was also pleasantly surprised. In the past, because he had many attacking methods, he did not deliberately study sword intent. It was completely casual. However, in the Nine Cauldrons illusory realm, he finally realized the wonderful use of sword intent. As a swordsman, there was no need to learn other martial skills. Just the sword alone was enough to study for a lifetime. With the combination of the mountain and river martial spirit, it was not impossible to dominate the entire profound world. As for becoming one with the sword, Ling Xiao did not think too much about it. That was still a very distant goal. Only by continuously completing one goal after another could the ultimate goal be achieved. What are you doing? Seeing Ling Xiao destroy his ice phoenix phantom, Feng Mingbo struggled to crawl back a few steps, and then asked in fear. Just a moment ago, Feng Mingbo was still arrogant and overbearing, but now, he was really like a dog, battered and exhausted. He had previously mocked Ling Xiao as a lowly human and a piece of trash. But now, he looked even more like a piece of trash. He couldn't even withstand a casual finger attack from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao walked forward without a trace of sympathy on his face. Those who insult others will be insulted by others. This was his logic. With a disdainful sneer, Ling Xiao looked down at Feng Mingbo, who was lying on the ground, and said, "Noble? Outstanding talent? Heaven-tier martial artist? Young genius? Now it seems that your so-called high-sounding words are really not suitable for you. My words are more appropriate. You're just a parasite that lives on a huge family. I'm a lowly human? Then you, who can't even withstand a single move from me, are more like an animal raised by humans?" His words were sharp like a knife, directly cutting Feng Mingbo's heart. It was also like a slap on Feng Mingbo's face, causing Feng Mingbo's whole body to tremble. His face was pale, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. And this time, not only Feng Mingbo, but those people from the Phoenix Academy also seemed to have been slapped in the face. Their faces were extremely ugly. Just a moment ago, they still regarded Ling Xiao as a piece of trash and instigated Feng Mingbo to cripple Ling Xiao. And now, not only did Ling Xiao cripple the disciple of the Phoenix Academy, Leng Chan, he also easily defeated the disciple of the royal family, Feng Mingbo, whom they had high hopes for. It was laughable that their Phoenix Academy looked down on such a person. Others were lowly humans? Then what about those who were defeated by this lowly human? Were they really as useless as animals as Ling Xiao said? The dignified Phoenix Academy is only SOSO. Luckily, I don't have a recommendation letter. Otherwise, I'm afraid my future will be ruined. Of course, this was only sarcasm. Ling Xiao also knew in his heart that since the Phoenix Academy was so famous in the Divine Phoenix continent, it naturally wouldn't be fake. It was normal to have some black sheep, but the Academy's attitude towards him made him very unhappy. They didn't even give him a chance and even allowed their disciples to attack him. From this, it could be seen how the Academy's atmosphere was like. He took a deep breath and no longer looked at Feng Mingbo, who was lying on the ground. He turned around and walked out of the crowd. Haim Myungkeo and the others naturally followed closely behind. How my Phoenix Academy is, it's not up to a human like you to judge. No matter how outstanding you are, with your character, our Phoenix Academy will definitely not accept you. At this moment, the Phoenix Academy teacher who had been watching from the sidelines suddenly opened his mouth. These words weren't pleasant to hear. Ling Xiao sighed. If even the teacher was like this, it was obvious how the Academy's atmosphere was like. He didn't turn around and continued walking forward. He only wanted to leave this place that had disappointed him. How dare you? Do you think you can leave so easily after beating up my Phoenix Academy's disciple? If you don't explain clearly who sent you here to cause trouble, don't even think about leaving. When the teacher saw that Ling Xiao actually ignored him, he was even more furious. He suddenly shot out and blocked the path of Ling Xiao and the others. You guys leave first. Wait for me at Qingshu College. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Haim Myungkeo and the others. Only when they left would Ling Xiao be able to find a chance to escape. Be careful. Along the way, Haim Myungkeo and the others had already seen how powerful Ling Xiao was, especially Ling Xiao's ability to escape. Therefore, they didn't hesitate and quickly left through the crowd. No one stopped them. After all, the main culprit today was Ling Xiao. After dealing with Ling Xiao, the few of them wouldn't be able to escape. After Haim Myungkeo and the others left, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at the Phoenix Academy teacher in front of him. His character was improper? His intentions were unfathomable? Was he sent by someone to cause trouble? To think that this old guy would say something like that. Hearing the teacher's words, the Phoenix Academy's disciples were all excited. Although Ling Xiao had no choice and was forced to make a move. Who would care about that? Anyway, he had caused trouble in front of the Phoenix Academy. No matter how big a label was put on him, or how much dirty water was poured on him, he had to bear with it. The Phoenix Academy's people had mocking and smug smiles on their faces. Since the teacher had stepped in, even if Ling Xiao had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be in trouble. After all, to be qualified to work at the Phoenix Academy, even the most ordinary teacher was very powerful. Chapter 885. In the crowd, Feng Yanran and many passers-by were indignant. It was obvious that this Phoenix Academy teacher was trying to confuse right and wrong. He wanted to find a reason to deal with Ling Xiao. The passers-by didn't dare to say anything because they didn't want to be unlucky. Otherwise, they would be labeled as the troublemaker, and wouldn't be able to escape. Feng Yanran was anxiously waiting for something. Although she was an elite disciple of Qingshu College's Young Phoenix class, she was still far behind the Phoenix Academy's teachers. Moreover, everyone knew that the imperial advisor behind the Phoenix Academy was on the side of the Ice Phoenix clan's crown prince. He had a very good relationship with Phoenix clan's Qishan. Even if she was Feng Yanran, this person would probably only give face to the crown prince, Feng Yishan. At this moment, she could only wait for her cousin, Feng Yishan, to appear. Perhaps he could save Ling Xiao's life. She only hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't provoke this Phoenix Academy teacher anymore. Otherwise, it would be too late. However, her hopes were dashed. Ling Xiao's face was filled with mockery and sarcasm as he said, "Are all the Phoenix Academy teachers as shameless as you? When Ling Chan wanted to attack me, you didn't mind. When Feng Mingbo wanted to kill me, you just looked on coldly. What? Now that I've defeated them, I'm being sent by others to cause trouble? Your shamelessness has really reached a new level. Impudent!" The teacher shouted and interrupted Ling Xiao's words. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he said angrily, "I don't need a human like you to remind me of what I've done. Do you really think that you can disregard our Phoenix Academy just because you defeated Feng Mingbo and Ling Chan? In my eyes, you're just a pitiful and arrogant ant. Ant?" Ling Xiao smiled slightly. That was true. In the mystic world, strength was respected, and the strong were respected. With strength, not only could one be overbearing and rude, they could also invert right and wrong and call a deer a horse. In terms of cultivation, this teacher from Phoenix Academy really had the right to treat him like an ant. However, experts also needed to have morals. Not every expert was so shameless. This person made Ling Xiao feel nauseous and disgusted by Ling Xiao. A typical double-standard dog. What was beneficial to him was right, and what was harmful to him was wrong. This teacher of mine, as a teacher, should at least be reasonable. It was clearly Ling Chan and Ling Xiao who made the first move. Why did he blame Ling Xiao in the end? Feng Yanran was afraid that the teacher would make a move, so she couldn't help but speak. Seeing her, Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Didn't this woman want to protect Feng Mingyu and go against him? Why did she change her mind now? "Miss Yanran, as a member of the royal family, you joined Qingshu College. This in itself is a disgrace to the royal family. Today's matter is a family matter of the Phoenix Academy. It's not your place to interfere." The teacher from Phoenix Academy didn't give Feng Yanran any face at all because he knew that his backer was Feng Mingyu Mountain. Therefore, there was no need to give Feng Yanran any face. He is not a member of Phoenix Academy. Perhaps he will become a disciple of Qingshu College soon. How can this be a family matter of yours? Feng Yanran's eyes were a little cold. No matter how bad she was still a member of the Fire Phoenix clan and a member of the royal family. The teacher in front of her was just a servant of the Ice Phoenix clan. How dare he speak to her like this, which made her a little unhappy. Wait until he becomes a disciple of Qingshu College. The teacher snorted and wasn't afraid of Feng Yanran at all. Feng Yanran seemed to want to say something more, but she was stopped by Ling Xiao. "Miss, although I don't know why you are helping me, it won't be easy for him to deal with me." Shameless boasting. Feng Mingbo struggled and roared. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at him, and he immediately trembled and didn't dare to say a word. "Teacher from Phoenix Academy, you stopped me. I came to your Phoenix Academy to make trouble. Although I am distorting the truth, I really want to know what you want to do with me." Ling Xiao asked with interest. "According to the rules, you injured a disciple of Phoenix Academy and destroyed Ling Chan's cultivation. This should be a capital offense. Even if I kill you, it won't be too much." The teacher narrowed his eyes and said, "However, considering that this is your first offense, I don't want to make things difficult for you. As long as you sign a slave contract with the Phoenix Academy and swear to be loyal to the Phoenix Academy for the rest of your life, I can spare your life." When he said this, he spoke in a completely casual tone, as if this was a very ordinary matter that was simply insignificant. This guy was really ruthless. He probably also saw that Ling Xiao was very talented and had a lot of potential. If this guy was allowed to enter Qingshu College and was even won over by the Fire Phoenix tribe, he would definitely become a great enemy of the Ice Phoenix tribe. Therefore, there were only two choices. Kill him to prevent future troubles, or sign a slave contract and make Ling Xiao a slave for the rest of his life. The slave contract was a very evil secret scroll. After signing it, unless the caster released the spell, it was really difficult to get rid of this terrifying secret scroll that reached directly to one's soul. In this teacher's opinion, As long as Ling Xiao signed this contract, he wouldn't have to kill him. Not only would this add a super fighter to the Phoenix Academy, but it would also prevent Ling Xiao from joining other forces. It was the best of both worlds. After all, Ling Xiao had just said that he wanted to enter Qingshu College. Slave? That's really easy. Are you trying to ruin my life? Ling Xiao's expression turned cold. This slave contract was even more cruel and ruthless than crippling one's cultivation. A dignified martial arts expert was actually so despicable. No wonder he didn't have much success despite his age. However, he had to admit a reality. No matter who you were, no matter how talented you were, no matter how outstanding you were, as long as you weren't a match for others, you were a weakling. Weaklings didn't even have the right to choose how to die. You could be treated however others wanted to treat you. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of this Phoenix Academy teacher in front of him. This was because even if they fought today, he could still leave calmly. More importantly, the butterfly girl had woken up. Ling Xiao put the butterfly back into the mountain river world. The current mountain river world was as vast as the universe. However, the butterfly was able to dance in this vast space, and it even seemed to be very comfortable. The butterfly was much stronger than this Phoenix Academy teacher in front of him. If Ling Xiao was really in danger, it would naturally do its best to help. The incident at the martial arts festival was a very clear example. Although the butterfly was innocent, it really didn't care who the enemy was when it went berserk. Just as a huge battle was about to break out, a voice broke the tense atmosphere. Chapter 886. Forget it. Teacher, give him a chance. If he's willing to join the Phoenix Academy, we'll pretend that nothing happened today. After all, it's rare to see a youth with such talent. The speaker was a woman. A woman who was older than Feng Mingjie, and about the same age as Feng Yanran. Her voice was gentle and calm, without a trace of emotion, but it carried an unquestionable aura. Her face couldn't be seen clearly because she was wearing a veil. However, her eyes were really moving, revealing an otherworldly charm. Her figure was also envied by many women. She was Phoenix Cry's Piao Shui, an enchanting woman. Although she was a member of the Ice Phoenix clan, she rarely showed herself in public. However, she had a lot of authority in the Ice Phoenix clan. She actually appeared and pleaded for Ling Xiao. This really surprised many people, and they started to suspect Ling Xiao's identity. If Ling Xiao was only the chosen one of the Heavenly Dragon continent, Phoenix Cry's Piao Shui probably wouldn't appear. The teacher didn't have to give Feng Yanran face, but he didn't dare to do so in front of Phoenix Cry's Piao Shui. Since Miss Piao Shui has said so, I naturally have no problem with it. What about you? What do you want? The Phoenix Academy teacher's tone reminded Ling Xiao of when he was still a beggar. Those richly dressed rich kids would greet him with leftovers as if they were dogs. At that time, he had no choice because he was a beggar. If he didn't get his food, he would die. He didn't have the right to choose. But now, he had the right to choose. He practiced martial arts because he didn't want to return to the life of a beggar. He was very disdainful of this person's tone. Others might think that Phoenix Cry's Piao Shui was an unquestionable person, but Ling Xiao didn't know this person at all. He also didn't plan to join the Phoenix Academy. Sorry, I'm not interested in joining the Phoenix Academy at all. His voice was neither servile nor overbearing. The world was big, and there was always a place for Ling Xiao. Even if the entire Divine Phoenix continent couldn't accommodate him, he could still move on to the next destination. It wasn't a big deal. What? When the Phoenix Academy teacher heard this, he frowned and a cold aura rushed toward Ling Xiao. You're an idiot who refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'm giving you a chance to join the Phoenix Academy without signing a slave contract, and you don't want to do it? Do you want to die? Teacher. Piao Shui's Piao Shui, Piao Shui Piao 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 Shui, Piao, Piao Shui Piao, and Piao Shui and Piao. Ling Xiao, I'm sure you've heard of Divine Phoenix Academy's fame. If you really want to become strong, then choosing to join this place is definitely not a mistake. Besides that, you have to understand that I'm not begging you to join. I'm just unwilling to let a talent like you fall. That's why I'm giving you a chance. Don't miss it. No need. If it was only the front part, Ling Xiao might have been a little tempted. After all, one cannot see Mount Tai for a single leaf. What he saw might not necessarily be the entirety of Divine Phoenix Academy. If someone really sincerely invited him to join, he naturally would not refuse. However, the second part of the girl's sentence made him uncomfortable. That high and mighty arrogance really reminded him of Hai Myungkeo. Ling Xiao had climbed up from the bottom, so he was disgusted by such a high and mighty tone. He used to be a beggar, so he hated it when others treated him like a beggar and gave him charity. Otherwise, what was the point of cultivating so hard for the past year? A murderous look appeared on the teacher's face as he thought to himself, this brat really doesn't know what's good for him. But it's good that he offended Miss Piao Shui, so I won't have to worry about killing him. You dare to reject my good intentions? Piao Shui seemed to be surprised. In this world there weren't many people who dared to reject her good intentions. I, Ling Xiao, am not worthy of Miss Good Intentions. Can I leave now? The more he stayed with this girl, the more disgusted Ling Xiao became. He just wanted to leave this damned place now. Everyone here seemed to be so high and mighty, looking down on others with their nostrils. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Brother Ling, listen to my advice. Miss Piao Shui doesn't like to help others. She only helps those she thinks are valuable. Another person walked out of the academy. It was actually Bai Qianjiao. Hong Li was walking with her. It hadn't been long, and the cultivation of these two people had improved at a godly speed. Senior sister, why are you trying to persuade him? You know how stubborn this person is. Hong Li grumbled at the side. Bai Qianjia sighed and said, no matter what, I don't want to see a peerless genius like Brother Ling fall. Don't worry, he won't fall. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, and then a person flew over. He had white hair and a youthful face. It was probably this kind of person. The person who came looked extremely young, but his hair was completely white. He was dressed in white and looked cultured and elegant. There was actually a bit of immortal aura about him. Hey, isn't that the Vice Dean of Qingshu College? That's right, it's him. What's going on? This Ling Xiao is just a human. How did he attract the Vice Dean? I don't know. I don't know what's going on either. My mind is in a mess. Not only were the onlookers confused, but even Ling Xiao himself was confused. He was just an ordinary martial artist who came to the Divine Phoenix continent to study. He had never had any contact with the Divine Phoenix continent. Although he had shown a certain level of talent, it was impossible for the Vice Dean of Qingshu College to come out for him. Seeing this person, Piao Shui and the teacher from the Phoenix Academy had to bow their heads and salute. Although this person was the Vice Dean of Qingshu College and not the Vice Dean of Phoenix Academy, he was powerful and respected. He was definitely not someone they could go against. Everyone, although Ling Xiao heard a disciple of the Phoenix Academy, there was a reason for it. I think it won't be good for anyone if we look into it. After the Vice Dean landed, he first nodded and smiled at Ling Xiao as a greeting. Then, he said to the people from the Phoenix Academy, how about this? Qingshu College will help Ling Chan recover her cultivation. As for the Phoenix Cry Boom, we, the Qingshu College, are willing to provide a set of precious jade-grade martial arts as compensation. What do you think? This method was actually giving the Phoenix Academy a lot of face. After all, if this matter was investigated and brought to the Emperor, the Phoenix Academy would be the one to suffer in the end. Not only would they not receive any compensation, but they might also lose a lot. Hearing this, the teacher from the Phoenix Academy could not help but feel nervous. Today's matter had reached this point. It was really not something he could solve. Chapter 887. Ha ha ha, old Phoenix Qingyan, you dare to show off in our Phoenix Academy? Someone flew out from the Phoenix Academy amidst the laughter. Brother Wan Chong, how have you been? Feng Qingyan cupped his hands and smiled. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. I don't care about the things you gave me as compensation. The Phoenix Academy doesn't need it either. It's easy to take this person away. Fight with me. If you win, you leave. If you lose, you stay. Feng Mingwanchong said. Oh my God, the meeting of these two vice deans is simply like heavenly lightning meeting earthly fire. Things are going to be bad. That's right. I heard that Clear Void Academy's Vice Principal Qin Yan and Divine Phoenix Academy's Phoenix Cry Wanzhong have always been opponents. They've been fighting since they were young, all the way until now. Every month, they would exchange blows. Now, both of them have won and lost, and the amount of wins and losses are actually exactly the same. Otherwise, why would they fight each other as soon as they meet? Their strength is on par with each other. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Ling Xiao was also quite surprised to hear this. Today's events were really strange. He thought that the matter would be solved after he left. He didn't expect it to develop to this stage. The two vice deans were going to fight. You can fight. But if you lose, not only will I take Ling Xiao away, but he will also have to apologize to Ling Xiao. Feng Qinyan pointed at the teacher from Divine Phoenix Academy and said, No problem. Let's start. This Phoenix Cry Wanchong looked like a reckless person. He would not take that teacher from Divine Phoenix Academy seriously at all. Even if Feng Qinyan wanted that guy's life, Feng Ming Wanchong would agree without hesitation. Moreover, it was just an apology. Let's fight. Feng Qinyan and Feng Ming Wanchong's aura suddenly erupted. The whole square of Phoenix Academy seemed to be thrown into a blazing hell. Bang! However, the fight only lasted for a moment. The two retreated. Feng Qinyan smiled. Feng Ming Wanchong was unhappy. You apologized to that guy. Feng Ming Wanchong turned and left. It was clear that he had lost this exchange. Even though the Phoenix Academy's teacher was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to disobey Phoenix Cry Wanchong's order. He could only apologize to Ling Xiao. Right now, he didn't even dare to curse Ling Xiao, let alone kill Ling Xiao. Everyone sighed. Could this Ling Xiao be related to some expert from the Divine Phoenix continent? That's right. Otherwise, why would an expert like Feng Qinyan take action? While everyone was discussing, Feng Qinyan looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. You're Ling Xiao, right? I'm Feng Qinyan. Senior Feng. Ling Xiao had always been a person who respected others tenfold. Since this person had helped him, he naturally wouldn't treat him coldly. Well, someone asked me to recruit you into Qingshu College. Are you willing? Feng Qinyan asked. May I ask who this person is? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That won't do. I promise to keep it a secret. But don't worry, Qingshu College doesn't force anyone to take in disciples. If you're willing, you can join. Qingshu College is very free. It's different from the sects on the Heavenly Dragon continent. As long as you pay the tuition, you can enter and leave freely. Feng Qinyan replied. Of course I'm willing. Compared to other people, there was really a huge difference. If Feng Ming Piaoshua's attitude was the same as Feng Qinyan's, Ling Xiao would probably agree to join the Phoenix Academy. Okay, but I won't let you go through the back door. You'll have to take the test. Feng Qinyan smiled. Of course, with your talent you should be able to enter Qingshu College. Your friends have already entered the academy. Don't worry. Hearing this, the Phoenix Academy's disciples shook their heads helplessly. Although they didn't like Ling Xiao, they knew how much potential Ling Xiao had and how high his talent was. For such a talent to enter the Qingshu Academy like this, it really made people feel helpless. Thank you, Senior Feng! Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at Feng Yanran in the crowd. He wondered if this girl had helped him. But if it was really her, why? Although he was confused, it was a good thing to be able to enter Qingshu College. The two major academies were on par with each other in the Divine Phoenix continent. Being able to enter one of them was a victory. Usually, the academies wouldn't interfere with the students' actions. However, they had a set of rules and regulations. If the students violated the rules, they would be punished accordingly. Ling Xiao didn't need any special treatment. He just wanted to be treated fairly. Maybe Qingshu College could really fulfill his request. Then I'll take my leave first. You can report to Qingshu College with Yanran later. She'll guide you on what to do after you enter. After saying this, Feng Qingyan turned into a red flame and disappeared. She came and went in a hurry, but she left a deep impression on Ling Xiao. After that, Ling Xiao followed Feng Yanran to Qingshu College. Compared to the domineering and majestic Phoenix Academy, Qingshu College was more ethereal and mysterious. Standing on top of an ethereal mountain surrounded by dense trees, it gave people the feeling of a hermit. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Feng Yanran. Standing in front of Qingshu College, Feng Yanran bowed solemnly and said, You're welcome. My name is Ling Xiao. I guess you've already done your research. Ling Xiao wasn't a person who held grudges. As long as the other party didn't pester him for revenge, he was fine with it. You're a genius who rose like a comet. Just based on this, you're qualified to enter Phoenix Academy. It's a pity that they don't have that luck. Feng Yanran smiled. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Show me around the college. Ling Xiao shook his head. Whatever happened before, it was over. If the people from the Divine Phoenix Academy did not come to provoke him, he did not want to stir up any trouble. Right now, all he wanted to do was to raise his cultivation level. Everything else was meaningless. No problem. Feng Yanran made a gesture of invitation and said, Brother Ling, please. The main entrance of Qingshu College was completely open. It only had a huge doorway, but no door. This also symbolized its open style of running a school. Stepping into this huge doorway, Ling Xiao's pupils abruptly constricted. The inside of the college was as magnificent as the heavenly palace he had seen in books. Countless buildings were floating in the air, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. As expected of Qingshu College, it must have used a lot of arrays to make these buildings float in the air. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. Ordinary people could only see the magnificent view of the college. However, what Ling Xiao saw were layers upon layers of interconnected formations and formations. It was simply airtight. Whoever wanted to cause trouble in Qingshu College would have to think twice. Feng Yanran showed a surprised expression and said, I didn't expect Brother Ling to know how to make arrays. I'm really impressed. It's just a basic knowledge. It's not worth praising. Ling Xiao said, but he was using his mountain and river martial spirit to observe the arrays and their development. What surprised him was that these arrays and arrays formed a huge, mysterious sky-8 trigrams. They were like delicate components that maintained the operation of the biggest array. This was really a big deal. Chapter 888. Qingshu College may not be as famous and prestigious as Phoenix Academy, but you'll know how good it is after you join, Feng Yanran said proudly. She had planned to join the Phoenix Academy, but she was persuaded to join Qingshu College. However, she found that it was completely different from what she had imagined. It should be much more powerful than she had imagined. Now I know, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He had been to all the 12 sects on the Sky Dragon continent, but none of them had such a strict array. Just based on this point alone, the Qingshu Academy overshadowed the Tianlong continent's 12 sects. More importantly, these arrays were obviously maintained by professionals, and there were no signs of them being destroyed. Unlike the Yuehua sect's large arrays, which were powerful but full of loopholes, almost to the point of being unable to be repaired, the Qingshu Academy had quite a number of array masters. At this point, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at Feng Yanran. Maybe it was because he was too focused, but the girl's face turned red. Brother Ling, why are you staring at me like that? Feng Yanran lowered her head and asked. I'm wondering why Miss Yanran's attitude is so different. Ling Xiao didn't hide his thoughts. Feng Yanran seemed a little disappointed when she heard this question, but she immediately became serious. Brother Ling, don't worry. I don't have any thoughts about you. I just want to repay your kindness. Repay my kindness? Ling Xiao didn't remember doing this woman a favor. It's not convenient to know now, but you'll know in the future. Feng Yeran smiled and said, Anyway, remember that you, Ling Xiao, are my guest in the future. If you run into any trouble, just come to me. Okay. Ling Xiao didn't ask further. Since she didn't want to, it was useless to ask. However, he had to figure it out. It wasn't hard to guess. Feng Yanran and Feng Qingyan were both from the Fiery Phoenix clan, so the person who wanted to help him was most likely an expert from the Fiery Phoenix clan. Could it be the Crown Prince, Feng Yishan? Ling Xiao couldn't help but stroke his chin. He had a rough guess in his heart. At the same time, inside Phoenix Academy, Feng Ming Wanchong sat in his room and thought about what had just happened. Suddenly, he slammed the table and shouted, Piao Shui, come in! Outside the door, Feng Ming and Piao Shui slowly walked in. Vice Dean, please give your orders. I don't dare to instruct you. After all, your identity is special. Can I trouble Lady Piao Shui to help me investigate someone? Phoenix Cry said. Could it be that Vice President wants to investigate that Ling Xiao? Young lady is indeed intelligent. Feng Ming Wanzhong nodded and said, This kid is definitely not simple. Otherwise, with Feng Qingyan's passive personality, he would definitely not stand up for him. Maybe it's because his talent is good enough, because he is the chosen one of the Heavenly Dragon continent. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui said after some thought. It can't be that simple. I have seen young people with better aptitudes. Even Feng Qingyan didn't do such a thing. I suspect that he might have some other secrets. Lady Piao Shui has always been good at gathering information. Can you help me with this? Phoenix Cry said. No problem. My Piao Shui house does business in this area. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui smiled and said, Then I will ask my subordinates to start investigating this person. Thank you. You're welcome. Ling Xiao followed Feng Yanran to walk in Qinshu College. Every time he walked a distance, he would be attracted by the mysteries here. There were many things that he had never seen before. Many complicated formations, and the ways to use them made him crazy. Different from when he first entered, after walking for a while, he could already see the students of Qinshu College coming and going on the road. Not only were these people dressed differently, but their temperaments and styles were also different. Ling Xiao guessed that Qinshu College should have chosen to teach students according to their aptitude and had divided the students into some categories. For example, some people looked very aggressive at first glance. Their eyes were always full of strong killing intent. However, in Ling Xiao's view, their defense was a little weak. There were also some people who were strong and good at defense, but lacked the ability to attack. There were also some people who had weak sky origin energy but strong soul power. Ling Xiao was sure that these people must be good at soul mystic arts. He threw his question to Feng Yanran. Feng Yanran couldn't help but be a little surprised. Brother Ling's eyesight is also extraordinary. Ordinary people can't see these characteristics at all. After all, the college will teach some concealing methods in the process of teaching, so these people won't be seen through. Yes, when I was in the Heavenly Dragon continent, others also did that. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was calm. Since Brother Ling has seen these, I won't keep you in suspense. I originally wanted to show you the whole college before telling you these, but now I'll give it to you. Feng Yanran thought and said, Please. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Feng Yanran said, The whole Qinshu College is divided into 6 departments: attack, defense, skill, healing, control, and spirit. There are many specialties under each department. You'll know them when you see the college chart. I'll just briefly introduce these 6 departments to you. 6 departments? It sounds quite interesting. I hope Miss Yanran can enlighten me. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with strong interest. The so-called attack department is the attack department. Warriors of this department are best at attacking. In a battle, they use strong attacks to suppress the opponent, making the opponent have no power to fight back. However, they are weaker in other aspects. If the attack is not as good as the opponent, it is naturally difficult to win. Swordsmen usually choose this department. After all, the sword is unconventional. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. This was basically the same as what he had imagined. Although most of the warriors were comprehensive, they must have something they were good at. After all, not every warrior had the mountain river martial spirit like Ling Xiao, who could be both offensive and defensive. If one wanted to be comprehensive, it was likely that he would be mediocre in all aspects. The so-called defense department is naturally the defense department. The warriors of this department are the opposite of the attack department. It is difficult for them to suppress the opponent with their attacks, but their defense is strong. It is not easy for anyone to defeat them. This was true. When the defense reached a certain level, the opponent's punch would be like scratching an itch. Even if the attack was not good, they could still wear the opponent to death. The so-called skill department is also called the secret skill department. This is more special. This kind of people are best at using the secret skill of the soul, which is impossible to guard against. Their attacks are the most mysterious and the most difficult to resist. These people are also the most unpredictable. Unfortunately, this department has always had the least number of warriors. After all, soul power is more difficult to cultivate than internal power. Chapter 889. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little excited. The cultivation methods of the heavenly dragon continent didn't specify these things. It was too general, so it was very difficult to specialize in one area. Now that he had come to Qingshu College, it was indeed the right choice. Whichever area he was weak in, he would strengthen it. This might help him improve even more. The so-called healers usually refer to pharmacists, including alchemists and alchemists. This category is easier to understand. They aren't good at attacking or defending, but they are very good at supporting healing. They have the best endurance in battle. Brother Ling, I heard that you are also good at alchemy. Feng Yanran asked. I know a little. Ling Xiao seemed very humble. Excessive modesty is arrogance. Actually, I won't hide it from Brother Ling, this aspect has always been the weakness of our Clear Void Academy. We can't compare with the Divine Phoenix Academy. Our two great academies both have their own businesses in the Imperial City, selling things like alchemical pills. After all, if the academies want to develop, they can't do it without money. Feng Yanran smiled bitterly and helplessly. Now Qingshu College is being suppressed very badly, especially when the Phoenix Academy recently added a new teacher. He was recommended by the True Demon Empire. His name is Sun Shang, and he was the imperial physician of the Sacred Dynasty. He was known as the Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hands. It's actually him. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back, the Holy Emperor treated this person very well. Who would have thought that he would choose to betray and join the sea race? Brother Ling, you know this person? Yes, we have some conflicts. At the martial arts festival, it was this person who poisoned the butterfly girl. Ling Xiao still held a grudge. I see. Brother Ling, you have to be careful in the future. The Phoenix Academy has always been protective. You have a grudge against Sun Shang, so they definitely won't let you go. Feng Yanran reminded. Miss Yanran, don't worry. Let's talk about the other two departments. Ling Xiao was not willing to talk too much about the feud in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Anyway, this grudge, he would take revenge sooner or later. There was no hurry. Alright, the so-called control is a control-type martial artist. This type of martial artist is rather special. Some of them are good at arrays and formations, some of them are good at using secret scrolls, and some of them have martial souls or bloodlines that are rather special. Their attacks aren't that great, but they can control the entire battlefield and make their opponents suffer a fate worse than death. The so-called spirit is the spirit communication element. There are very few people like this. They are born with a martial soul or bloodline ability that can communicate with special spaces. Therefore, they can control beasts or special creatures to fight. After listening to Feng Yanran's words, Ling Xiao's heart felt like it was being overturned. In fact, he once possessed the abilities of these 6 elements, but he did not systematically cultivate and strengthen them, so they seemed a little messy. If he had come to the Divine Phoenix continent earlier, perhaps his development would have been even better than it was now. However, the possibility of losing his life was also greater. After all, at that time, his cultivation was too low. In the face of the Divine Phoenix continent's heaven realm martial artists, a martial vein realm martial artist was simply an ant-like existence. After listening to my introduction, which department does Brother Ling intend to enter? Feng Yanran asked. Can I choose not to? Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. It was not that he was greedy, but because he felt that he did not seem to be suitable for any department. He was good at both offense and defense, and was also good at alchemy and setting up formations. His soul power was even more extraordinary. No matter which department he chose, it did not seem to be suitable. I am not surprised by this result. Most people would do this. Feng Yeran smiled and said, Actually, you don't have to worry. No matter which department you enter, there will be basic teaching. Their courses are intertwined, but the focus is different. Even if you join the attack department, you can still learn defense, but it will not be as in-depth. No, you misunderstood. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I am a person. If I choose one, I hope to do my best. Brother Ling, don't blame me for talking too much. If you are too greedy, it will often lead to mediocrity in all aspects. This kind of example is actually very common. Feng Yanran reminded. It is not that there are no comprehensive talents, but most of them are unable to become the top of their profession. Generally, comprehensive talents only take into account two aspects at most. You want to choose all 6 departments at once. This is a bit too greedy. I naturally know Miss Yanran's good intentions, but I have already made up my mind. Can I choose this way? Ling Xiao did not care about others, but he knew his own situation. He had the mountain river martial spirit, so of course he would not be mediocre in all aspects. He would be the best in every aspect. Of course you can, but you must accept a very difficult test. If you pass, you can enter the comprehensive department. There are very few people in this department, but you can choose to study many departments or all 6 courses. Feng Yeran sighed and said, But you also know that your time is the same as others. In the same time, with the same qualifications, others learn one thing, but you have to take into account 6 things. Whose results will be better? Actually, I don't need to say more, right? I appreciate Miss Yanran's good intentions, but I will not change my mind. Well, please come with me. Feng Yanran was somewhat disappointed with Ling Xiao. She originally thought that Ling Xiao should be a person who could see the big picture, but she did not expect Ling Xiao to be so greedy and stubborn. What a pity. With such qualifications, if you focus on the offensive department, you will inevitably become an overlord in the future, a top swordsman. But now, doing 6 things at once is simply destroying your future. She felt helpless in her heart, but she could not persuade him. She had experienced Ling Xiao's temper. A real bull's temper was useless. Once he decided on something, even 10 dragons could not pull him back. Miss Yanran should also be in the comprehensive department, right? On the way, Ling Xiao suddenly said, You can actually tell? Feng Yanran could not help but be surprised again. In front of Ling Xiao, she seemed to have no secrets. This is not surprising. While you are good at attacking, you also have a certain level of attainment in defense. You should belong to the category of both attack and defense. Ling Xiao said casually. Things that were very difficult for others became very common when he talked about them. Feng Yanran felt that she had hidden it very well, but she still could not hide it from Ling Xiao's eyes. Yes, just the courses of 2 departments. I feel that I can't keep up. The teachers have also advised me that if I simply choose the offensive department, my cultivation would be higher now. Feng Yeran sighed and said, Because of this, I advise you not to be so greedy. Choosing 2 departments is already the limit. More will destroy your future. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly and did not speak. He could not tell Feng Yanran the secret of his body, so this was not clear. Since he could not explain it clearly, he could only give up. Soon, Feng Yanran took Ling Xiao to a towering palace. This palace had 6 doors, symbolizing the 6 departments. Chapter 890. The palace was called the testing hall. The 6 gates represented the 6 departments. As long as one could pass one of the gates, he or she would pass the test and become a student of the department. If one wanted to enter the general department, he or she would have to pass multiple tests. He or she would have to be recognized by the departments. So far, only 10 people from Qingshu College had passed 3 tests, and 1,000 people had passed 2 tests. These people were the sum of the past tens of thousands of years. Among the students of Qingshu College, only 1 person had passed 3 tests, and 5 people had passed 2 tests. This was the best result in tens of thousands of years. It was obvious how difficult it was to pass the test. After all, everyone was good at different things. In front of the testing hall, many people were chatting. Qingshu College was very liberal. It was normal for these students to discuss problems together. It was normal for them to practice martial arts with each other, as long as they didn't make trouble. Seeing Feng Yanran and Ling Xiao walking over with a smile, these people suddenly stopped talking and opened their eyes wide. They were obviously surprised. Feng Yanran was one of the goddesses of the Puro Phoenix class, one of the few royal children of Qingshu College, and one of the only 5 warriors of 2 departments. She was usually arrogant. It was harder to talk to her than to reach the heavens. No one had ever seen her smile so happily, and so freely. Who was that guy with Feng Yanran? Why was he so enviable? You seem to be quite famous in this college, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was not a fool. It could be seen from the attitude of those people. Famous? Feng Yanran smiled and felt a little speechless. She was not only famous in Qingshu College, but also famous. But what was the use? She was bullied by Ling Xiao. Good! At this moment, a loud shout came from the testing hall. Everyone's attention was also attracted by it. Another goddess! I heard that she used to be the holy son of the sacred dynasty in the Tianlong continent. She is indeed powerful. She's so beautiful and powerful. Do you still want others to live? She should have passed all 3 tests, right? That's right. It looks like she's planning to take the 4th test? The sounds of discussion rose and fell one after another, and naturally attracted the attention of Ling Xiao and Feng Yanran. It's your friend, Han Miankeo. She's stronger and prettier than me. Brother Ling, you're so lucky. Feng Yanran's tone was a little sour. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't hear it. He smiled and said, Among the young people in the Sky Dragon continent, other than me, she is the first. It shouldn't be difficult for her to pass the 3 tests, but the 4th one is probably a little difficult. At this time, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and the others also saw Ling Xiao and ran over. Are you all done with the test? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. I'm from the general faculty, and I passed 2 tests, Long Chen said excitedly. Hearing this, Feng Yanran was shocked. Who are these people? She thought that only Ling Xiao and Han Miankeo were good, and the others were not good. However, it seemed that was not the case at all. I'm also from the general faculty, and I passed 2 tests. Lan Yuer smiled faintly. She looked at Ling Xiao and Feng Yanran with doubts in her eyes. It seemed that she didn't understand why the 2 of them were together. Congratulations, senior sister Lan. We should be able to cultivate together in the future. Miss Yanran and I have reconciled. I hope you can forgive us, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course. Lan Yuer nodded and smiled. You 2 should be from the medical faculty, right? Ling Xiao looked at Dai Yuling and Dai Yaoling and asked. At this time, Dai Yuling had the primordial gourd vine martial soul, and Dai Yaoling had the primordial nature dragon martial soul. The nature dragon martial soul was given to Dai Yaoling by Ling Xiao. Although he couldn't use it after it was sealed, he could give it to others. Ling Xiao really wanted to praise this seal. These 2 martial souls were very helpful in the medical field. That's right! The 2 sisters were now very close, especially when they heard the news that their mother, Dai Lingrom, was still alive before they left the Tianlong continent. They were in a good mood and didn't have time to be angry. Zhao Ji and I are from the offensive faculty. Ing Wuya and Zhao Ji had the golden-winged rock martial soul, while Zhao Ji had the black-winged rock martial soul. Both of them were good at attacking, so it was natural for them to choose the offensive faculty. Senior brother Ling, you definitely didn't expect that I actually passed the defensive faculty's test and joined the defensive faculty. Ling Hao was a little surprised by this result because he took after the Golden Light Heavenly Sovereign's personality and preferred to attack. He didn't expect that he was best at defense. Actually, I already noticed this when I was in the Tianlong continent. Unfortunately, I didn't have the conditions at that time. Next, I'll think of a way to get you a strong defensive martial soul. Study well. What you're good at is the best. If a person cultivated in the direction they were good at, regardless of whether it was their future achievements or cultivation speed, there would be a huge increase. It was because of this that Ling Xiao felt that Jingshu College was really good at this point. Zhao Ci, what about you? What faculty are you in? Ling Xiao asked. Reporting to senior brother Ling, I'm in the spiritual communication faculty. Zhao Ci replied. Spiritual communication faculty. This is interesting. In the Tianlong continent, you didn't have the conditions to display your specialty. Now that you're here, you should study hard. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Miss Yanran. Got it, senior brother Ling, senior sister Yanran. Although Zhao Ci was the princess of the northern Han state in the Tianlong continent, she had completely let go of her identity after experiencing so much. She treated herself as a simple warrior and focused on cultivation and self-improvement. Alas! Feng Yanran was about to speak when a sigh came from the other side. I guess Haim Myungkeo didn't complete the fourth test. She looks a little disappointed. Ling Xiao said with a smile as he looked at Haim Myungkeo, who was walking over gloomily. You're still not satisfied after passing 3 tests? Isn't this the best test result in the Qinshu Academy? Feng Yanran was speechless. How can I not be disappointed? The gap between you and me will be even bigger. Haim Myungkeo shook her head helplessly and said, You should be able to pass all 6 faculties, right? Maybe. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and then walked toward the testing hall. Look, that person is about to take the test. A man who can walk with Feng Yanran probably won't have a bad result. Maybe he'll pass 2 faculties. Discussions immediately broke out. Ling Xiao walked through the first door, the attack power test. Outside the testing hall, there was a huge screen. This screen should be made of special materials because it could show the whole process of the test and let the people outside see it. It was supposed to be fair to avoid cheating. Chapter 891. The attack power test was very simple. There was a special crystal inside, and the participant would attack. If your attack power could reach the A level, you would pass. The attack power here was divided into 6 levels: superior, excellent, A, B, C, and D. Those below a level would not be considered to have passed. Ling Xiao also wanted to use this opportunity to understand his situation, so he did not intend to hold back. Begin. The testing teacher glanced at Ling Xiao's information and said lightly. Whoosh! A sword light broke through the air, and a purple flash sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand at some point. Boom! The crystal kept flickering, and finally it turned into powder. At that moment, the people in the square outside the testing hall almost dropped their jaws to the ground. Although they knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, they had never thought that he could directly shatter the crystal. Me? He's too strong, isn't he? This kind of situation has never appeared in the test of the attack type system. His attacks are a bit too powerful. This is even more terrifying than some heaven-tier martial artists. As expected of the man that Feng Yanran likes. Amazing! That's right. Just in terms of attack, he's already very scary. Eh? He is going to continue the test? In the midst of everyone's discussion, Ling Xiao walked out of the first door. His result was superior, because there was no better evaluation. Then, he walked into the second door to test his defense. The defense test was not complicated. A teacher would launch an attack, and the power of the attack would gradually increase. According to different levels, the teacher would give an evaluation. Teacher, just use the superior level attack. Ling Xiao smiled and said respectfully. Are you sure? You will get hurt. The teacher frowned and said. I am sure, but I hope you will be careful. My defense is a bit special, and it may hurt people. Ling Xiao explained very seriously. He was sincerely reminding the teacher. However, the teacher thought that Ling Xiao was looking at him. The students outside also expressed their dissatisfaction. This brat is too arrogant. Even if your defense is exceptional, it's impossible for you to injure a teacher who is at the 3 talents realm. Yes, his cultivation is not very strong. He must have forgotten himself. Son, don't worry. Ha! The testing teacher punched out, and the attack power was indeed very strong. Red Sun Feather Raiment. Ling Xiao's body was suddenly covered in a layer of clothes woven out of light. Boom! The testing teacher's fist landed on the Scarlet Sun Feather Raiment. Ling Xiao didn't move an inch, but the teacher suddenly retreated. His right hand was already somewhat charred. Of course, it wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. It was just that he was in charge of testing Ling Xiao's defense, so he had only used a superior level attack. It wasn't his full strength. Brat, you're really strong. With such a strong defense, why don't you join our defense department? The examiner wasn't angry. Instead, he said excitedly. Come on, his attack power is also top-notch. This kid was born to enter the general faculty. This time, the vice president really picked up a treasure. An attack-type teacher came in from the door of the defense department's testing room and said with a smile, 2 top-notch departments. This is a talent that even Phoenix Academy doesn't have. The defense-type teacher lamented. Thank you for your praise, teachers. I should take the next test. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and then walked out of the second door with a superior grade and entered the third door. He actually chose to enter the secret arts department. Is there something wrong with his head? Yeah, the secret arts department requires a strong soul power to pass the test. This kind of person is very rare among the martial artists. Maybe he has some special skills. It can't be. His attack power is so strong, and his defense is so good. How can his soul power be so strong? Many people felt that it was illogical. It was indeed illogical, but Ling Xiao was such an existence. In the crowd, Feng Yanran smiled bitterly. It seems that he really intends to take all the tests of the 6 departments. What's wrong with that? Han Myungkeo asked. Feng Yanran saw that Han Myungkeo, Lan Yuer, and the others felt that it was normal. She couldn't help but ask. Don't you think that he is a bit overconfident and greedy? You really don't know him. This kind of thing is just normal for him. Keep watching and you will know. Lan Yuer shook her head with a smile and said, He is more terrifying than you think. Feng Yanran didn't believe her. The soul power test is completely different from the other tests. The passing rate is the lowest. Lan Yuer and the others didn't say anything and just looked at the big screen. When Ling Xiao stepped into the third door, the attack-type and defense-type teachers also came in. The soul power test was indeed different from the other 2 tests. Before the test, I need to remind you that this is a special magical equipment called the Rubik's Cube World. As long as your skin comes into contact with it, you will immediately enter an illusion and experience all kinds of different worlds. It could be a dreamlike heavenly court or a tragic hell. Once you enter it, you may not be able to come out for the rest of your life. So, if you can't come out after half an hour, we will forcibly stop the test. This will damage your soul, but it can save your life. Yes, the soul power test was very dangerous. The Rubik's Cube world was very scary. Disciple understands. Ling Xiao nodded, but his expression didn't change. Then, let's start. When you enter the illusion, we will calculate the time. The sooner you can come out of the illusion, the better your score will be. After half an hour, it means that you are not qualified. The testing teacher was a little surprised because there were few disciples who could remain calm after hearing his words. But soon, he regained his composure and announced the start of the test. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and touched the Rubik's Cube world with one hand. Buzz! At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly found himself in the killing field of the sacred city. There were true devil imperial country-s everywhere. Between heaven and earth, there were mournful screams and shouts that shook the heavens. The setting sun shone, and the whole world was blood-red. Beside him, a 12-year-old martial artist had his head chopped off. Blood splattered on his face, and he could even smell the unwillingness in the blood. Then, the blade that killed the youth slashed towards him. From the outside, Ling Xiao's body seemed to move a few times, and then there was no movement. A quarter of an hour had passed. What a pity, it's not excellent. The attack-type teacher shook his head and said, It's about time. His attack and defense are both excellent, and his weakness in soul power is nothing. It's very normal. The defense-type teacher laughed. In the Rubik's Cube world, Ling Xiao was bathed in blood. He held the enemy's head in his hand and stood alone in the vast land. Around him were corpses and blood. Chapter 892. The scene suddenly changed. The original bloody and murderous aura was gone, replaced by richly ornamented pavilions. He was reclining on the couch, resting his head on the thighs of beauties, and several fairy-like women were feeding him grapes. Opposite him, in a large hall, there were beautiful women in thin clothes dancing. The sound of decadence reached its peak at this moment. Outside, a long time had passed. Oh no, I'm afraid this kid is completely immersed in the illusion. It's been almost an hour. The testing teacher of the attack department was worried. Alas, he's good at both offense and defense, but his soul power is his weak point. This kind of person can't do well on the battlefield. It's easy for him to fall into other people's illusions, and he might even become their weapon. The testing teacher of the defense department also sighed, somewhat disappointed. I've already told you that the soul power test isn't that easy, Feng Yanren said helplessly. What's going on? Lan Yue was also confused. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. She was very clear about how powerful Ling Xiao's soul force was. Did something really happen? Han Myungkeo was also confused. They were already so confused, let alone the onlookers. This person is finished. It seems that he's not as good as the Holy Sun. Yes, it should be so. But he's good at both offense and defense, which is quite good. Most people can't reach his level. Amidst their discussion, an hour finally passed. Several teachers of the soul power testing room made a move at the same time, trying to interrupt Ling Xiao's immersion. However, at this moment, something strange happened. In the past, they could easily wake up the students from their immersion. But today, as long as they approached the Rubik's Cube world, they would be pushed away by an invisible force. It was extremely strange. What's going on? The testing teacher of the attack department was puzzled. There's a problem. We can't get close to the Rubik's Cube world now. This has never happened before. The testing teacher of the secret arts department was a bit panicked. After all, Ling Xiao was brought back by the vice dean. If he died like this, he couldn't report back. Won't anyone die from this? The teacher from the defense department frowned. You won't die, but you'll be trapped in an illusion forever. You'll never be able to wake up again, just like a zombie. You can't do that. His talent in both offense and defense is excellent. If he becomes a zombie just like that, I won't allow it. What's the point if you don't agree? If there's really no other way, we can only ask the head of the secret arts department to come over. With the strength of his soul, he should be able to summon this child back. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up, it's already been more than an hour. If we're late, it'll be too late. All right, I'll call them now. I'll have to trouble you guys to keep an eye on them. The secret arts department's testing teacher raised his leg and was about to call for someone. No need, I'm fine. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded out. He smiled as he removed his hand from the Rubik's Cube world and looked at everyone. How is this possible? Both the teachers inside and the students outside were dumbfounded. After more than an hour, he was still able to walk out of the illusion by himself. This had never happened before. How did he do it? Don't be surprised, everyone. I just found this Rubik's Cube world interesting, so I stayed a little longer. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't just find it interesting. When he was in the Rubik's Cube world, he suddenly discovered that the Rubik's Cube world had a strengthening effect on his soul die. It also evolved the soul die into the soul Rubik's Cube. The trouble with the soul die was that it had to be rolled every time. As for what ability would appear, Ling Xiao had no control over it. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao rarely used the soul die. He liked to be in control of everything, so he was very dissatisfied with this. However, when the soul die evolved into the soul Rubik's Cube, the uncertainty completely disappeared. The 6 special abilities that the soul die originally had could be freely controlled and used according to his will. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Therefore, he stayed a little longer in the Rubik's Cube world. But you're already unqualified. The Secret Arts Department testing teacher shook his head and said, "No matter how you did it, the rules are the rules. You can't go against them." "Teacher, you can't say that. The purpose of the Secret Arts Department test is to see if a martial artist's soul power is strong enough. Am I right?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Yes. In that case, I should have passed. It's just that with your ability, I'm afraid it's difficult for you to understand." Ling Xiao wasn't looking down on these testing teachers. It was just that his soul power was far above their level. Especially in terms of control, they couldn't understand. When he said this, the students in the square weren't happy. "The testing teachers are inferior to you? You really have a big heart. I thought you were a good guy with a lot of potential, but I didn't expect that you don't even have the courage to admit defeat. Instead, you're here to cause trouble?" "Humph, we don't have the ability." "Then go take the test in another department. You don't have to stay here." The teachers were a little unhappy. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Teachers, don't be angry. I'm not mocking or looking down on you. It's just that my soul power is indeed stronger than yours. What's wrong with this guy? He must be crazy. I've never seen such a shameless guy. Why would my goddess be with such a guy? She must have been drugged." The students in the square outside were dissatisfied with him. The teachers inside the testing door weren't happy either. The attack department testing teacher said with a cold face, "Guy, don't be too arrogant. Although you were brought in by the vice dean, you should know how to respect others." The defense department testing teacher also said, "I'm a very magnanimous person. But you didn't pass the test, yet you're causing trouble and mocking the testing teacher. That's not good. So what if I give him a chance?" Just when Ling Xiao didn't know how to explain, a gentle voice sounded. The one who walked in was an old man with a black beard. He looked a little scary, but his voice was quite gentle. "Head teacher!" The first seat of the Secret Arts Department was naturally called by Feng Yanran. Just now, when Ling Xiao was in danger, she was extremely anxious. "But head teacher, this person is too arrogant. He looks down on us testing teachers. We don't have the ability to take the test." Although the Secret Arts Department testing teachers respected this head teacher, they still held their own opinions. They felt that Ling Xiao had insulted them. Chapter 893. It seems that you teachers have a deep prejudice against me. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "You have a prejudice against me because you think I'm insulting and mocking you. This is actually a misunderstanding. I'll show you how strong my soul power is." He didn't want to make it too exaggerated, but he didn't want to start a feud for no reason. These teachers had a misunderstanding with him. It was completely different from what happened at the Phoenix Academy. "How are you going to show it?" The Secret Arts Department's first seat asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Above his head, the eye of the world opened. As the huge eye produced blood-red inscriptions, the surrounding world suddenly changed. The original testing room turned into a battlefield of slaughter. "This is..." The Secret Arts Department's first seat was shocked. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. "You can stop now. Your results are above excellent. Thank you, first seat teacher. Ling Xiao put away the eye of the world and cupped his hands at the secret arts department's first seat. First seat, how did he pass the test? He clearly didn't touch the Rubik's Cube world just now. One of the teachers couldn't help but ask. The secret arts department's first seat smiled and said, Haven't you noticed? His soul force, compared to ordinary students, is on a completely higher level. A level higher? These words were naturally heard by the students in the square outside. Some of the secret arts department's students were puzzled and somewhat unconvinced. Yes, in our usual tests, as long as they aren't affected by the Rubik's Cube world, they're the best. However, he directly controlled the Rubik's Cube world. The secret arts department's first seat's words were earth-shattering. It was as if a volcano had erupted in the crowd. It directly exploded. Controlling the Rubik's Cube world? Was that possible? It seems that you still don't believe it. Ling Xiao, change to a snowy world. The secret arts department's first seat smiled. Yes. Ling Xiao called out the eye of the world again. The sky suddenly changed color. In the white snow, everything was hazy. Only the shocked expressions of those people could be seen clearly. It's done! One of the teachers from the secret arts department walked up to Ling Xiao and cupped his hands. Ling Xiao, we've misunderstood you. Your soul force has indeed far surpassed ours. What we said just now was a bit too much. Sorry. The others also nodded in agreement. Teachers, you're too polite. It's your disciple who doesn't know how to speak properly and cause you to misunderstand. In that case, I should pass this test, right? Of course, it's above exceptional. Oh my god, it's above SME again. This person is really amazing. Looks like we've all misunderstood him. The goddess's man is indeed extraordinary. On the square, countless students smiled bitterly. Feng Yanran was completely dumbfounded. After a long time, she shook her head and said, Maybe you're right. He's much more powerful than I imagined. Fellow, if you have any questions about the soul in the future, you can come and find this old man at any time. You can continue with your tests, this old man will be leaving first. The head of the secret arts department turned around and left. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. In comparison, Qinshu College was really much better than Phoenix Academy. At the very least, the teachers here dared to admit their mistakes. They were not as domineering as the teachers at Phoenix Academy. Teachers, I'm going to take the 4th test. After the 3 tests, the people present were even more expectant. As long as Ling Xiao completed one more test, he would break the record of Qinshu College that had been maintained for tens of thousands of years. This was a groundbreaking feat. They thought that the 4th test would take a long time. However, they did not expect Ling Xiao to complete it easily. The record that was as difficult as ascending to heaven in the eyes of others was simply not worth mentioning to him. After all, the 4th test was a medical test. He only needed to heal an injured animal, which was not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. Even though his dragon soul and other things were sealed, don't forget that the blood in his body was already the blood of the primordial golden dragon. There was no way to seal it. His blood had a very powerful healing effect. Naturally, his results were excellent. He's really breaking the record. Is he going to continue? Feng Yanran was a little excited and dazed. Initially, she had helped Ling Xiao only because Ling Xiao was the son of those two. However, now, she felt that she had to befriend Ling Xiao even if he was not the son of those two. Such a talent was hard to come by even in 100,000 years. The 5th test was a control element test. Ling Xiao had only slightly demonstrated his array formation skills, and he had already received a special grade. There's one last test left. This test is for the School of Spiritual Communication. It's more troublesome. It depends on the student's compatibility with the animal. If the student can make the animal develop a good impression and complete one task, the test will be considered a success. Feng Yanran was a little nervous. When it came to the last test, she was even more expectant. However, there was a hint of nervousness in her anticipation. However, what she did not expect was that not only did Ling Xiao pass the test, but he also made the animal complete 10 very complicated tasks. This was another result that was above excellent. Amazing! All the examiners followed Ling Xiao out of the examination hall. They all wanted to see this talent. He actually passed all 6 elements, and his results are all above excellent. Sky Dragon Continent's chosen one, he really lives up to his name. Alas, I knew it would be like this. In the end, the gap between us is too big. Hai Myung-keo shook her head and smiled bitterly. In the past, there was still a big gap between him and me. Now I'm not even worth mentioning in front of him. Ing Wuya also smiled bitterly. Don't sigh. When we were in Yuehua school, I wanted to protect him. In the end, he protected me many times. Lan Yue shook her head. Meeting such a junior brother, she really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the test, Ling Xiao followed Feng Yanran to the general department's main hall under the admiring eyes of the examiners. It was not only a place for teaching, but also a place for living. All the buildings were very beautiful. Each student had a room, clean and tidy. It was much more comfortable than living in a cave. Long Qin, Hai Myung-keo, and Lan Yue, who were also from the general department, followed them. The others went to report to their respective departments. Oh right, Miss Yanran, I heard that there is a Heaven Essence Pagoda in the Imperial City. Only the students of Phoenix Academy and Chinshu College are qualified to cultivate there, right? After choosing his residence, Ling Xiao was most concerned about cultivation. Yes, the higher you go in the Heaven Essence Pagoda, the better the effect of cultivation. Therefore, the competition is very fierce. What I mean is, if you don't have full confidence, it's better not to go there. Cultivating in the academy is better than other places, but it's not as good as the Heaven Essence Pagoda. Feng Yanran suddenly paused. Alas, you won't listen anyway. Chapter 894. Feng Yanran now understood Ling Xiao a little. Ling Xiao was a person who never feared difficulties. The more difficult something was, the more energetic he seemed to be. Ha ha ha, it's good that Miss Yanran knows. Where is the location of the Heavenly Essence Pagoda? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. It's easy to find. Just stand at a high place and you'll find it. Feng Yanran pointed into the distance. Ling Xiao leaped dozens of meters into the air and looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a towering pagoda standing among the clouds. This was completely different from the Moonlight Pagoda. The Moonlight Pagoda could not be used for cultivation, but the Heavenly Essence Pagoda was a place for cultivation. There were many cultivation rooms, and the higher one went, the better the effects of cultivation. Countless warriors from the Divine Phoenix continent wanted to enter to cultivate. However, only the disciples of the Phoenix Academy and Chinshu College were qualified. However, there was a problem. If one wanted to enter to cultivate, one had to have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, one would be driven away. Especially since the relationship between the Divine Phoenix continent and Chinshu College was not good. They had always been in competition. It was not uncommon for the two great academies to fight over cultivation rooms. If Ling Xiao wanted to enter, he would really have to consider it carefully. What's that? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes turned. He noticed that there was a very lively courtyard near the Phoenix Academy. He could not help but turn around and ask Feng Yanran. That's the newly established Divine Phoenix Medical School, Feng Yanran replied. Originally, the Phoenix Academy was better than our Chinshu College in terms of medical alchemy. This time, they even poached the godly Han Sun Shang from the Heavenly Dragon continent. Their advantage has become even greater. In order to completely drive Chinshu College out of the elixir market, they established this independent Divine Phoenix Medical School. Just established? Ling Xiao asked. To be exact, it hasn't been established yet. Because tomorrow is the establishment ceremony. At that time, there will be a large number of famous people coming to congratulate them. Although our Chinshu College feels uncomfortable, we still have to send people to congratulate them. Feng Yanran sighed. I'll take a look tomorrow. Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of the heavenly venerate miraculous Han Sun Shang. However, he didn't intend to make an enemy out of him so soon. It would be better for him to disguise himself tomorrow. Of course, there's no problem. There should be quite a lot of people watching tomorrow. Other than the establishment of the Divine Phoenix Medical College, they should also be holding the opening ceremony at the same time. The new students should all appear. Feng Yanran nodded and said. She didn't know about the grudge between Ling Xiao and Heavenly Venerate Wondrous Hand Sun Shang. If she knew, she probably wouldn't have let Ling Xiao go. The next morning, as expected, many students from Qinshu College went to the Phoenix Academy to watch the show, including some teachers from the academy. Ling Xiao was no exception. However, he did not inform Hai Myungkeo and the others. Instead, he went alone. He was mainly afraid that he would not be able to control himself, and would not be able to escape with those people. Phoenix Academy's location was really much better than Qinshu College's. Qinshu College's location couldn't even be considered the outskirts of the Imperial City. It could only be considered in the countryside. Phoenix Academy's location, on the other hand, was in the center of the Imperial City, opposite the Imperial Palace. Today, the Imperial City was still bustling with people and carriages. However, compared to yesterday, it was clearly more lively. Many people had arrived at the Divine Phoenix Plaza where the enrollment was held yesterday. It was so densely packed that one couldn't see the end of it. In fact, the news of the establishment of the Divine Phoenix Medical College had already spread throughout the entire Divine Phoenix continent. Many martial artists had rushed here a few days earlier. Some came early, while others just arrived. Everyone had calculated the date. Due to the incident that happened in the Heavenly Dragon continent, the sacred dynasty was almost destroyed. This also made many martial artists in the Divine Phoenix continent worry about the safety of the Divine Phoenix continent. According to this time, the Phoenix Academy's opening ceremony would announce an important piece of news related to the True Demon's Empire. Many people rushed here not just to watch the show or to congratulate, but to know some accurate information. Everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the world. Especially martial artists, their sense of responsibility in this aspect was very strong. On such a lively day, if nothing happened, it would be too good. The establishment of the Phoenix Academy's medical college and opening ceremony probably won't end peacefully. In the crowd, a person wearing a sinister ghost mask smiled faintly. The person wearing the mask was naturally Ling Xiao. There was no one else beside him. However, what surprised him was that Feng Yanran had actually brought Hai Myungkeo and the others to the scene. Fortunately, he had disguised himself, so they didn't recognize him. Of course, it was also possible that they recognized him and didn't come over to greet him. After all, Ling Xiao was wearing a ghost mask because he didn't want to be recognized. If they came over, even an idiot would know that the person wearing the mask was Ling Xiao. Today's sky was a little gloomy, as if the heavens were dissatisfied with Sun Shang's betrayal. However, even if the sky was gloomy, the atmosphere at the scene was still lively. That must be Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hands! Suddenly, a voice shouted, and then countless people looked up at the high platform. Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hands Sun Shang and the many new students behind him were all wearing the Phoenix Academy's uniform embroidered with the Divine Phoenix pattern. They looked domineering and majestic. And Mo Wushang, Qin Bixue, Bai Qianjiao, Hong Li, and the others were among them. The flame deity is also here! Ling Zhao's pupils shrank as he saw the flame deity appear in front of the line, wearing the Phoenix Academy's uniform. This person's cultivation has reached such a level! What surprised him even more was that the flame deity's cultivation had already broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm. Although he had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm, his aura was completely different from that of a celestial realm martial artist. Good! Very good! You are indeed the most outstanding genius in Huahua School after me. That's good. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so exciting to kill you so easily. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and stared at the flame deity. An excited smile appeared on his face, which no one else could see. Everyone on the high platform was in high spirits and extremely pleased with themselves. They were able to join the most outstanding academy on the Divine Phoenix continent, and become a part of it. This was a great honor in itself. They enjoyed the envious gazes of countless people. Their heads were held high, like proud roosters. Ming, calm down! Just as Ling Xiao was looking at a few familiar faces, Haim Miankeo, who was below the stage, could no longer hold back. Fortunately, Feng Yanren and the others were there to stop her. Otherwise, she would have attacked. After all, Ling Xiao could hate the sacred dynasty, but people like Mo Wushang, Dao Wuming, and Sun Shang had been nurtured by the sacred dynasty with countless efforts. They had no right to betray the sacred dynasty. When Haim Miankeo saw the proud faces of these people, she was unable to suppress her anger. Chapter 895. Among the crowd, there were many martial artists from the Sky Dragon continent. They had arrived at the Divine Phoenix continent from the Sky Dragon continent a few years ago. They were unaware of the betrayal of the sacred dynasty and the matter of the true demon's empire. In their opinion, these people were the hope of the Sky Dragon continent. Alliance Head Bien, it truly makes one sigh with emotion. In the past, we crossed the ocean and arrived at the Divine Phoenix continent, yet you were the only one who was able to enter the Divine Phoenix Academy to study. None of us had the chance to do so. But this time, that Mo Wushang, Qin Bixue, Bai Qianjiao, Hong Li, Dao Wuming and the rest have truly brought glory to our heavenly dragon continent. The one who spoke was a middle-aged martial artist who was over 40 years old. The Alliance Master Bien he spoke of was called Bien Tianyin. He was the current Alliance Master of the Sky Dragon Alliance in the Divine Phoenix continent. From this name, one would know that this Sky Dragon Alliance was an alliance formed by martial artists from the Sky Dragon continent. Their numbers accounted for 80% of the Sky Dragon martial artists in the Divine Phoenix continent. It could be considered as the largest organization. That's right, Shanghai. In the future, we have to make friends with these young people. If possible, let them join our Sky Dragon Alliance. This way, the strength of our Sky Dragon martial artists on the Divine Phoenix continent will be stronger, Bien Tianyin said with a smile. All along, human martial artists have no status on the Divine Phoenix continent. Perhaps in the future, it will be an opportunity. Obviously, even this Bien Tianyin was very optimistic about these people. Ling Xiao happened to be standing not too far away from the two of them, so he could hear their conversation clearly. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For those who didn't know the situation, these martial artists who were either the sea race or human traders had instead become the hope of the Sky Dragon continent, the hope of humanity's rise. This was really ironic. However, they were currently kept in the dark. One day, the truth would be revealed. Traitors and shameless people would eventually be punished. And humanity's true hope would rise completely. Ling Xiao never thought too highly of himself. However, he hoped that he could inherit the human king's wish and bring humanity to a higher level. After all, he was also human. Moreover, he had obtained many benefits from the human king. If he didn't do something, his heart would feel uneasy all the time. Everyone! Today, I would like to introduce 3 important people to everyone. They will become the future pillars of our Phoenix Academy. A voice came from the high platform. Only then did the figure follow. He was the vice president of Phoenix Academy, Phoenix Cry Wanchong. I've long heard that Phoenix Academy has poached many talents from the Heavenly Dragon continent. I'm guessing that the vice principal is introducing them to us. Countless people in the crowd were muttering to themselves. Yeah, it seems like the rise of the Phoenix Academy is unstoppable. Some people were worried for Qingshu College. Qingshu College didn't like to be associated with the royal family, so it wasn't liked by the royal family. This was because in the eyes of the current emperor, if Qingshu College did not support him, it meant that they supported the fiery Phoenix tribe. If that was not an enemy, then what was? The first one is Yuehua Sect's heavenly venerable demonic flame, who used to be famous in the heavenly dragon continent. An expert at the first transformation of the Grotto Heaven realm. Whoosh! The crowd applauded enthusiastically. From this, it could be seen that the flame deity was quite famous. The Phoenix Academy was also very popular among the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent. Moreover, an expert at the first transformation of the Grotto Heaven realm was worthy of respect. The second one is the biggest contributor to the establishment of the Divine Phoenix Academy today, Heavenly Venerable Miracle Hand Sun Shang. He's the most outstanding pharmacist on the Heavenly Dragon continent. His cultivation is even more astonishing. He's at the 9th transformation of the Grotto Heaven realm. Whoosh! Even more enthusiastic applause sounded. Sun Shang was not only an expert in alchemy, but his cultivation was also equally astonishing. Naturally, he attracted more attention. The last one is even more impressive. He used to be a disciple of our Phoenix Academy. After he finished his studies, he returned to the Heavenly Dragon continent and became the leader of the strongest sect on the continent, the Heavenly King sect. His cultivation has reached the terrifying Yin-Yang realm. His name is Sikong Zun. This time, the crowd was silent for a moment. Then, there was an explosion like a volcanic eruption. Everyone was stunned. Sikong Zun was a famous genius when he was in the Phoenix Academy. Many martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent regretted that he went to the Heavenly Dragon continent. They didn't expect that after so many years, he would actually come back. His cultivation was even stronger than before. The Flame Deity will become a teacher of our Phoenix Academy. Heavenly Venerable Miracle Hand will become the Dean of the Divine Phoenix Academy. Phoenix Cry Wanchong continued to announce. As for Sikong Zun, he will be the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy. He'll become an existence on the same level as me. The Phoenix Academy originally wanted Phoenix Cry Wanchong to be the Vice Dean. The position of the second Vice Dean had always been empty. They didn't expect that it would be given to Sikong Zun. At this moment, Ling Xiao was incomparably glad that he had not entered the Divine Phoenix Academy. Otherwise, facing these people, it would be difficult for him to even have a chance to survive, let alone have any achievements in the martial way. Alright, I've finished announcing what I wanted to announce. I'll go back and cultivate first. Vice Dean Sikong Zun will be in charge of all the following matters. After he finished speaking, Phoenix Cry Wanchong turned around and left. This person was a martial arts fanatic who wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Therefore, if Sikong Zun became the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy, then the Phoenix Academy would be completely under Sikong Zun's control. However, in the eyes of most people, Sikong Zun was originally a genius who walked out of the Phoenix Academy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to become the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy. Even if Ling Xiao told others that Sikong Zun was the Electric Demon King, the key was that people had to believe him. Moreover, what did the existence of the Phoenix Academy have to do with Ling Xiao? Everyone, on this auspicious day, I would like to announce 2 joyous events. Sikong Zun's voice was steady and capable, revealing wisdom and valiance. This was indeed in line with the temperament that a Vice Dean should have. It should be said that if he wasn't the Electric Demon King, if he wasn't from the Sea Clan, then he would be more suitable for this position than Phoenix Cry Wanchong. First, from today onwards, all medicine shops under the jurisdiction of the Phoenix Academy will publicly sell low-level yellow-grade pills at half the current market price. In addition, mid-level yellow-grade pills will be sold regularly at half the current market price. In addition, all martial artists under the jurisdiction of the Phoenix Academy will be able to purchase high-level yellow-grade pills at a 20% discount. If one simply heard this news, they might not think that it was exaggerated. However, after understanding the situation in the Divine Phoenix continent, one would understand how important this news was. One had to know that for a long time, none of the medicine shops on the Divine Phoenix continent sold high-level pills. Low-level yellow-grade pills could only be purchased by aristocrats, and they also needed to use their connections. Mid-level and high-level yellow-grade pills could not be seen at all. Even aristocrats could not buy them. If they wanted them, they had to go to other continents to buy them. Chapter 896. The Phoenix Academy's sudden announcement when there was a serious shortage of yellow-grade elixirs was undoubtedly earth-shattering. To be honest, Even many Qingshu College students were tempted and had the idea of leaving Qingshu College and joining the Phoenix Academy. What a ruthless strategy! In this way, Qingshu College will be completely at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the Phoenix Academy. There will be no possibility of a comeback. Feng Yanran sighed helplessly. Not necessarily. Lan Yue smiled faintly. She glanced at Ling Xiao, who was wearing a ghost mask. Not necessarily? Feng Yanran smiled bitterly. These warriors from the Sky Dragon continent really didn't know the current situation of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Divine Phoenix Empire. The second thing. Sikong Zun saw the shocked expressions of the people below, and couldn't help but laugh secretly. This little favor could win people's hearts. It was really too convenient. He immediately struck while the iron was hot and announced the second thing. I believe that everyone here has heard of the 10 great phoenixes? Phoenixes! The phoenixes are the top 10 young people in the Divine Phoenix continent. The Phoenix Academy already has 2 phoenixes. Is there going to be a new addition? I don't know. Let's see how the vice president will announce it. In the square, there was a tense atmosphere among the crowd. I guess many of you have already guessed it. That's right, we will have 2 important students in this start-of-term ceremony. Sikong Zun felt that the atmosphere was about right, so he raised his voice and said, The 2 of you can come out and meet everyone. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of wild thunder fell from the sky, scaring everyone. The lightning fell on the high platform and the young man in blue finally revealed his true appearance. He was calm, and had a smile on his face. That's Eagle Heavenly Hero, the Thunder Eagle Phoenix. How could everyone not recognize this person? Eagle Heavenly Hero, one of the 10 great phoenixes and the most outstanding genius of the Thunder Eagle clan, was actually going to join the Phoenix Academy. Was the Thunder Eagle clan going to submit to the Ice Phoenix clan? At this moment, a rainbow-colored divine light flashed in the sky and almost everyone couldn't open their eyes. The clouds in the sky turned into a rainbow-colored glow. A young man emitting a rainbow-colored glow slowly floated down from the sky like a beautiful peacock spreading its tail. It's the Peacock Phoenix, Kong He! Everyone was surprised. It was one thing for the Thunderhawk clan to submit to the Ice Phoenix clan. After all, the Thunderhawk clan wasn't considered the strongest among the aristocratic clans. However, the Peacock clan's status was second only to the Phoenix clan. Could it be that the Ice Phoenix clan was preparing to take over the position of Divine Phoenix Empire's monarch forever? This was really too shocking. This news was probably more than any other news. News was Phoenix Academy after all. The addition of the Peacock Phoenix Sun and the Thunder Eagle Phoenix Sun was not just 2 students. It represented the allegiance of the 2 large clans. Yesterday, when I saw the Peacock Phoenix and the Thunderhawk Phoenix chasing each other outside the city, I thought they were just here to have fun. I never thought that they were here to join the Divine Phoenix Academy. This Vice Principal Sikong Zun is really something. With him, I'm afraid that Divine Phoenix Academy will be able to ride on top of Clear Void Academy's head and abuse their power. Yeah, 4 of the 10 great phoenixes belong to Phoenix Academy, while Qingshu College doesn't have one. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. In the plaza, everyone was discussing animatedly. Everyone was surprised and sighed with emotion. Feng Yanran frowned. Against Divine Phoenix Academy's imposing manner, what kind of method would Clear Void Academy use to display their strength? The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled into a slight smile. 10 great phoenixes? Since he came to the Divine Phoenix continent, he had to challenge the 10 great phoenixes. From his point of view, it would be best if all of these people joined Divine Phoenix Academy. At that time, if he could single-handedly turn the tide and protect Clear Void Academy, then in the Divine Phoenix continent, his position in Clear Void Academy would be much higher. Alright, the 2 announcements have been made. Next, the ceremony will begin. Everyone who comes is a guest. I hope there won't be any blind people causing trouble here. Otherwise, I won't be merciful. Sikong Zun's high-pitched voice was filled with viciousness. He probably knew that there were many people in the crowd who didn't like him. But he didn't care. It didn't matter to him whether they liked him or not, as long as they didn't come out to court death. Qingshu College's Feng Qingyan congratulates the establishment of Divine Phoenix Medical School. I have prepared a gift for you. Please accept it. At this moment, a white figure floated over. It was Qingshu College's vice principal, Feng Qingyan. Of course, he wasn't here to deliver a gift. From the powerful aura he released as he flew, it was obvious that he didn't want Phoenix Academy to be too proud, so he deliberately showed off his strength. So what if he was a son of Divine Phoenix? He was just a young person with talent and potential. Phoenix Academy didn't dare to touch Qingshu College all these years, not because of these young people, but because of Feng Qingyan, Principal Feng Qingshu, and another vice principal. Of course, he didn't plan to cause trouble. That would seem petty. The gift was a real gift. It wasn't fake. Welcome! The Peacock Clan is here to congratulate you. The Thunder Eagle Clan is here to congratulate you. True Demons Empire's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sky Moon Sunrise, is here to congratulate you. I have a gift for you. Please accept it. Hearing this voice, countless people suddenly became nervous. True Demons Empire's reputation was too great. Tens of thousands of years ago, they almost destroyed the sacred dynasty, causing countless heroes to tremble in fear. At that time, the sacred dynasty was 100 times more powerful than the current Divine Phoenix Empire. Not long ago, the True Demons Empire rose again and destroyed the sacred dynasty, completely destroying the sacred city. Although they didn't completely unify the Sky Dragon continent, it wasn't far away. Sky Moon Sunrise was a woman. A very beautiful woman. Noble, graceful, elegant. It seemed that all adjectives could be used to describe her. Her cultivation wasn't as high as the two demon kings, but it wasn't lower than Sun Shang. The people around her were also experts in the heaven realm. You're finally here. Seeing Sky Moon Sunrise, Sikong Zun smiled and said, There's one more thing I didn't announce just now because the host isn't here. Now I'll solemnly announce to everyone, Divine Phoenix Empire and True Demons Empire have formed a strategic partnership. The two empires will not invade each other and will send cultivators to learn from each other and fight against foreign enemies together. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Not to mention what would happen if Divine Phoenix Empire and True Demons Empire formed an alliance. Since this was announced by Sikong Zun, it represented the will of Phoenix Academy. They had long heard that the president of Phoenix Academy was the current emperor's advisor. This was equivalent to announcing that Phoenix Academy represented the existence of the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. Compared to them, Qingshu College wasn't even worth mentioning. Chapter 897. Good heavens, this was getting interesting. The Ice Phoenix clan's ambition was being exposed step by step. Relying on the special power of the Emperor, not only did they control the government, they even completely took control of the Phoenix Academy. Did the Fire Phoenix clan still have hope? What would become of the Divine Phoenix Empire in the future? All of this caused the martial artists present to have endless fanciful thoughts. Looking at the confused expressions of the people below the stage, Sikong Zun's lips curled into a smug sneer. Alliance? Would the True Devil Empire ally with a mere Divine Phoenix Empire? This was just a stalling tactic. Using the internal strife of the Divine Phoenix Empire to destroy this country might be easier than directly invading. Thinking of this, Sikong Zun's injuries seemed to have healed a lot, and he didn't feel as painful as before. Impudent! Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Suddenly, dust flew in the distance. A group of cultivators wearing armor and riding on winged heavenly wolves galloped over in a grandiose manner. The one who spoke was the valiant general leading the group. Even though it was just a roar, it made people feel as if they were on a bloody battlefield in an instant, as if they had entered a battlefield full of blades and swords. Everyone looked at this pair of people. The leader's voice was heard again. A mere Phoenix Academy dares to make decisions for the Empire? Are you trying to rebel? After speaking, the leader jumped up from his winged heavenly wolf and swept the halberd in his hand through the air. A ferocious aura enveloped Sikong Zun. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone actually dared to provoke the Phoenix Academy and directly chose to attack the newly appointed vice president, Sikong Zun. What were they trying to do? The smile on Sikong Zun's face disappeared. Lightning flashed in his hands, and a long sword completely condensed from lightning appeared in his hands. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. The Phoenix Academy represents the will of the divine Phoenix Empire. How can you rebel? Your Excellency, please speak! With a thrust of the sword, a terrifying sword aura broke through the air. Boom! The two forces collided in the air and then shattered. The man who had flown up landed back on the winged wolf. He looked at the Sikong Zun in surprise and said, "Good heavens, I should have killed you back then. Otherwise, today's incident would not have happened. Ji Ning! That's the National Protector General Ji Ning. Humph, Ji Ning! It was because of your pursuit that I had no choice but to hide in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Are you going to make the same mistake again? I'm now the Vice President of Phoenix Academy. Dealing with me is the same as making an enemy of the Empire." Sikong Zun snorted coldly. When he saw Ji Ning, it was as if he had seen the greatest enemy of his life. Back then, he had awakened his powers in the Phoenix Academy and recovered quickly. No one had noticed what was wrong with him. However, there was one person who saw through his identity as the Lightning Demon King and wanted to kill him to prevent future troubles. That person was none other than Ji Ning. At that time, he had been severely injured. In the end, he had escaped to the Heavenly Dragon continent with the help of the president of the Phoenix Academy, who was also the current state preceptor. He did not expect that Ji Ning would still pursue him now that he was back. He took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself down. Things were different now. Not only was his cultivation level not inferior to Ji Ning's, but his status was also not inferior. If Ji Ning wanted to kill him, he would have to see if he had the ability and courage to do so. The crowd in the square was also confused by this sudden change. Ji Ning's title as the National Protector General was conferred by the previous emperor. The previous emperor was from the Phoenix tribe. After abdicating, he mysteriously disappeared and his whereabouts were still unknown. However, the current emperor did not revoke his title as the National Protector General. He only demoted Ji Ning to the empire's borders. Logically speaking, without the emperor's permission, Ji Ning could not enter the imperial city. However, not only did Ji Ning come, he even attacked the vice president of the Phoenix Academy. What was his intention? The Phoenix Academy represents the Empire's will? Ha ha ha, your ambition to rebel has been completely exposed. Ji Ning sneered. Did you really think that I didn't do anything all these years? Your state preceptor, the president of the Phoenix Academy, is not from the divine Phoenix Empire. His real identity is the same as yours, one of the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire. You are the Lightning Demon King, and he is the Yin-Yang Demon King. What a joke! How can I be the Lightning Demon King? What evidence do you have? Sikong Zun sneered. Moreover, it's fine if you insult me, but you actually insulted the current state preceptor. Do you really think that the Empire won't dare to punish you? Punish? That's right, your true Devil Empire has already destroyed the Sacred Dynasty, and the Divine Phoenix Empire is next. In this place, very few people know of your secret, and these people either wallow in the mire with you, or collude with you like them. Ji Ning sneered and pointed at Mo Wushang and the others on the stage, then continued. There are also some others who are afraid of death, so they don't dare to identify you. Do you think that if you punish me, this secret will be kept forever? His eyes were still fixed on the Sikong Zun, cold and sharp. Back then, when the Divine Phoenix continent was in chaos, it was my master, Ji Fuling, who worked together with Mistress Yu Xianwei to quell the chaos, and gave the Divine Phoenix continent more than 10 years of peace. When my master left, he asked me to stay and help the Emperor protect this empire. If it wasn't for this agreement, I really wouldn't care about this matter. However, today, I can't just stand by and watch you bastards from the true demon empire destroy my master and mistress's hard work. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. Ji Fuling and Yu Xuanyue's matter was known by almost everyone in the Divine Phoenix continent. To the people here, these two were like saviors. Without them, the chaos of the war would have caused the Divine Phoenix continent to suffer, and countless people would have died. It's true that you have meritorious service, but if you think that because of it, you can frame the important officials of the imperial court, then you are gravely mistaken. The Sikong Zun coldly said. Disobeying orders and entering the imperial city without permission, this is already a capital offense. Your master and mistress should have set a rule that you people are not allowed to participate in the election of the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fire Phoenix clan. However, you have frequent contact with the Fire Phoenix clan. This is the second capital offense. The Emperor didn't kill you because of old friendship, so don't stand on the merit book and do whatever you want. It couldn't be helped that the Sikong Zun knew how to speak. In any case, no one else dared to identify him as the Lightning Devil King. Then, Ji Ning's words were basically slandering him. He didn't care at all. On the contrary, he could bite back and say that Ji Ning had a rebellious heart. Among the crowd, there were those who believed in Ji Ning, and there were also those who believed in the Sikong Zun. For a moment, there was no end to the quarrel. Feng Yanran was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Although she absolutely believed in Ji Ning's words, she didn't understand that Ji Ning's actions today were very unwise. Rushing over so recklessly, in the end, he might not get anything. Instead, how many people came, how many people would die? Was it really worth it to die in vain like this? Chapter 898. You don't understand. Han Myungkeo shook her head and said, You can tell just by looking at their expressions. They clearly know that they will die, but they still came here fearlessly. This person is not as stupid as you. On the contrary, he is very smart. He knows that he might not be able to get anything today, he might not be able to kill Sikong Zun, and he might not be able to make the people of Divine Phoenix Empire believe that Sikong Zun and the Grand Tutor are the two demon kings of True Devil Empire. But as long as a portion of people are willing to believe, then he will have succeeded. This can be done through other methods. Feng Yanran was puzzled. You don't understand. He must have tried all the methods, but none of them were effective. Because of this, he took the risk and used this last resort. Han Myungkeo was the holy son of the sacred dynasty. Her understanding of governance was much better than Feng Yanran's. Many so-called smart people felt that things were impossible, so they were not willing to try. That way, they could protect themselves, but it was not beneficial to the empire. And it was precisely these stupid people who wanted to try even if there was a slight possibility. Even if they really died, they were not willing to give up that glimmer of hope. This was the reason why Divine Phoenix Empire was so powerful today. Ling Xiao did not understand politics, but he admired this Ji Ning very much. Not to mention other things, just daring to expose Sikong Zui and the Grand Tutor's true colors in front of so many people required a lot of courage. Because the slightest carelessness could have killed him on the spot. He believed that before Ji Ning came here, he had gone through an intense battle of thoughts. From the moment he led the soldiers into the imperial city, he did not think that he would be able to return alive. Perhaps he had even made arrangements for his funeral. Even if he died, he would completely expose True Devil Empire's scheme. Perhaps most people would not believe him, but as long as a portion of people were willing to believe, then even if the fire was sown, it would one day burn into a raging fire. Brothers! What are we here for today? Ji Ning roared loudly. Kill the sea race, kill the traitors! Their voices rang out in the square in unison, as loud and clear as thunder. Once we make a move, there is no chance of survival. Are you still willing to go crazy with me? Ji Ning asked again. For the country and the people, I can die without regrets. I can die without regrets. This voice echoed in Ling Zhao's ears for a long time. What a great! For the country and the people, I can die without regrets. This was a true soldier. Although he was not a soldier and did not have such great ambitions, at this moment, he was deeply moved by these people. Such a general. Such soldiers. Wouldn't it be a pity if he died in such a dubious manner? Is there any way to save them? The face under the ghost mask was slightly anxious. Sikong Zun's face revealed a sinister smile. How could they not know that Ji Ning had come to the Imperial City? The reason why he didn't kill them along the way was to allow them to reach the Imperial City smoothly. Only then would he be able to kill them legitimately. Suddenly, many soldiers rushed out from the square. All of them were armed with strong bows and crossbows. They completely surrounded Ji Ning and the others, leaving no room for escape. Ji Ning, you have committed treason and colluded with the enemy. Today, under the orders of the Emperor, we are here to arrest you. Sikong Zun sneered. Death is nothing to be afraid of. But before I, Ji Ning, die, I will definitely drag a few of you down with me. Surrounded by so many soldiers, Ji Ning appeared to be even calmer. Since there was no hope of survival in the first place, then there was nothing to be afraid of. General Ji Ning, don't do this. Once you make a move, you will give them something to use against you. Then they will be able to act wantonly. Feng Yanran was anxious. Others could ignore Ji Ning, but she could not. This was because Ji Ning had saved the lives of many people from the Fire Phoenix tribe. Although she could not remember the past clearly, the older generation of the Fire Phoenix tribe still remembered it clearly. As she spoke, she rushed out and stood between the Sikong Zun and Ji Ning. At this moment, among the soldiers behind Ji Ning, a sinister look flashed in the eyes of one of them. He aimed his bow and arrow at Feng Yanran. No one knew that he was actually a spy that the Imperial Tutor had placed beside Ji Ning. Before coming here today, he had received a secret report. If Ji Ning did not make a move, he would. When the time came and there was a conflict, he would definitely kill Ji Ning here. As long as Ji Ning died, the Divine Phoenix Empire would lose one of its pillars. After that, things would be much easier to handle. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. Even Ji Ning did not react. Not to mention Feng Yanran. If this arrow hit, then not only would Feng Yanran be seriously injured or even die on the spot, but Ji Ning would also become a great enemy of the Empire. Someone's plot would succeed completely. Feng Yanran was stunned. Ji Ning was stunned. Sikong Zun smiled. However, at this moment, the arrow encountered a strong resistance. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yanran, and the tough arrow was directly broken by him. He was able to react in time because he had already sensed that there was something wrong with that person's aura, so he was prepared. After all, his powerful soul energy was no joke. Things did not end here. Ling Xiao's figure flashed. In a breath's time, he was beside that person and pulled him out of the group. Feng Yanran let out a long sigh of relief. Ji Ning was also very glad. Sikong Zun was gnashing his teeth. The plan was about to succeed, but it was interrupted by this guy who came out of nowhere. Who was he? The three of them were actually very confused. However, Sikong Zun was also very cunning. He shouted, Ji Ning, you actually dared to shoot Miss Yanran. It seems that you are very ambitious. Shoot the arrows. Kill these people. At this moment, no one in the square sympathized with Ji Ning. In fact, no one believed Ji Ning's words anymore. If Ji Ning died at this moment, then it would be a really sad death. He would not be killed so easily. However, if Sikong Zun joined in, he would not be able to leave alive today. Stop! The one who spoke was Ling Xiao. If it was just shouting, those people would not listen to him at all. However, this time, he integrated a strong mountain river intent into his shout. The pressure of this intent made those soldiers who were not very strong put down their crossbows. What are you doing, Grimace Man? Sikong Zun was anxious. The appearance of this person in front of him was the second time he had ruined his plan. He originally thought that this person was Feng Yanran's guard. However, it seemed that this person was trying to save Ji Ning's life. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to him. Instead, he asked the person who ambushed him on the ground coldly. Who gave you permission to shoot? I don't know. I am a spy that the sea race sent to Jining. My superiors ordered me to provoke Jining to attack at this time so that I could find a reason to attack Jining. Ling Xiao only asked one question, and the other party told him everything. This was obviously due to his strong soul control. Chapter 899. Everyone heard that. General Jining is really being watched by the Sea Tribe. His every move is being monitored by the Sea Tribe. Otherwise, do you think he could have arrived at the Imperial City safely? Many people had overlooked this matter, but once Ling Xiao reminded them, they felt that something was wrong. This devil-masked man is right. It seems like someone really wants General Jining's life and deliberately set a trap to lure him into it. It must be the Sea Tribe. No way. Are the State Preceptor and the Vice President really the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Electric Demon King of the Sea Tribe? If that's the case, it's too scary. Ling Xiao had only done something insignificant, but it had completely changed the standpoint of the people in the square. From doubting Jining to believing Jining's words now. Mr. Devil-Masked Zun, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please take Miss Yanran and step aside. Jining was grateful to the devil-masked man, but he did not want to implicate more people because of this matter, so he could only reject Ling Xiao's kindness. General, you're wrong. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly. This matter is not only related to me, it's very important. It's related to you? Are you? Jining suddenly thought of something. Could this devil-masked man be a warrior from the Heavenly Dragon continent? General, you're right. I'm a warrior from the Heavenly Dragon continent who was lucky enough to survive. I witnessed the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Electric Demon King teaming up to destroy the Holy City. Ling Xiao nodded. Hearing this, the Sikong Zun suddenly became nervous. The warriors in the square also became nervous. There was actually another insider who dared to stand up in front of the Sikong Zun. This person was really bold. Then can you prove my words? Jining asked. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment. Then, he looked at Sikong Zun and said calmly, The Electric Demon King actually has to disguise himself as a human to mingle in the Phoenix Academy. Don't you think it's beneath you? I'm not sure if the Imperial Preceptor is the Yin-Yang Demon King, because I've never seen the current Imperial Preceptor. Furthermore, the Yin-Yang Demon King's appearance is ever-changing, so it's hard to be sure. But Sikong Zun is the Demon King of Lightning, this can't be false. Good. How dare you? There are still martial artists like you on the Sky Dragon continent. The Ming Sacred Dynasty hasn't completely decayed yet. Jining clapped and cheered. What a joke! You're just a coward, yet you actually dare to criticize me based on a one-sided statement? Sikong Zun sneered. Yeah, this person is wearing a ghost mask. Who is he? Don't tell me it's shameful? Then his words can't be trusted. Sikong Zun was a sly old fox. With one sentence, he regained the upper hand. However, Ling Xiao was not anxious. He just smiled calmly and said, The Electric Demon King wants to know what I look like. He wants to kill me behind my back. I'm just an ordinary warrior. My strength is not as good as yours, so I naturally want to protect myself. However, it's very simple to prove that you're from the Sea Tribe. It doesn't matter whether I take off my mask or not. Hearing this, the square suddenly quieted down. Everyone wanted to know how to prove that Sikong Zun was from the Sea Tribe. There are many differences between the Sea Clan and humans. Although some Sea Clan members look exactly the same as humans, their blood is blue. This is one of them, Ling Xiao said calmly. Some clever impersonators can use their bloodline to disguise their blood as red. However, there's another big difference between the Sea Tribe and humans. Most people probably don't know about this difference. The veins of the sky of the human race are all in the form of a deep-sea liquid. However, for the Sea Tribe or humans who have been modified by the Sea Tribe, their veins of the sky will undergo various changes. I wonder if the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy dares to prove it? Ha 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 ha, why wouldn't I dare? Sikong Zun laughed loudly. There's no need to do this, but in order to prove my innocence in front of so many divine Phoenix Continent warriors, what's wrong with proving it to you? After he finished speaking, a drop of dark red blood dripped down. The first difference was rejected. Then, Sikong Zun activated his heavenly elemental energy and turned his skin almost transparent. This allowed all the warriors to see the shape of his veins of the sky. They were in the form of a dark blue liquid like the sea. How is it, Ghost Mask Man? Now you have nothing to say, right? Sikong Zun sneered. However, at this moment, there were people below the stage who were secretly laughing. They thought that Ling Xiao was really cunning. Idiot! Ji Ning scolded. That's right, this guy is an idiot. Sikong Zun pointed at Ling Xiao and said, he wanted to help you, but he's doing more harm than good. This general, you're an idiot. You've been pretending to be a human all this time. Don't you know that a human's veins of the sky are never in a fixed form? Only the Sea Clan's veins of the sky are as blue as the sea. Ji Ning said loudly. Sikong Zun was stunned. He had been pretending to be a human all these years. He had only cared about his own cultivation and the matters of the true demon's empire. He had never cared about any other human. He had not even cared about the disciples beside him. Therefore, he knew nothing about a human's veins of the sky. At this moment, all the warriors standing in the square were from the divine Phoenix continent. There were a few human warriors who did not dare to make a sound. The few humans on the stage were all transformed by the Sea Clan. They did not dare to make a sound. Therefore, even when Sikong Zun confidently showed off his veins of the sky to others, no one reminded him that it was a scam and a trap. I believe that I don't need to say much about what's going to happen next, right? Sikong Zun is a member of the Sea Clan. There's no doubt about that. And the true demon's empire is an empire founded by the Sea Clan. I believe that many people already know this. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, it doesn't matter whether he's the Electric Demon King or not. What's important is that he's a member of the Sea Clan. An ambitious foreign race. Whether we're humans, phoenixes, or other races, we're all citizens of the sacred dynasty. The Sea Clan is not. This person has planned every step carefully and meticulously. He set up a dead-end situation that General Ji Ning had no choice but to come and die. No matter how smart the general is, it's useless. Because even though he knew it was a dead-end situation, he still came to die. If he didn't come, this empire would be finished. Ling Xiao's voice was very calm, but the countless warriors of the Divine Phoenix Empire in the square were sweating profusely. It was too scary. If this guy's evil plan really succeeded, then the empire would lose an absolute general. Once war broke out in the future, it would be very troublesome. What happened in the Heavenly Dragon continent is a bloody example. This Sikong Zun infiltrated the Heavenly King sect and addressed the Sage Emperor as his brother. In the end, he killed the Sage Emperor. Do you really think that such a person can get along with him peacefully? Ling Zhao's voice suddenly became louder. No! The crowd was agitated. What a bunch of nonsense! Why don't you shut your stinky mouth? Come, aren't the Empire's patrols here? This person dares to slander the Grand Tutor and the Vice Principal of the Phoenix Academy. Why don't you arrest him? At this moment, Sikong Zun had already lost his cool. Chapter 900. After being teased by Ling Xiao, Sikong Zun's heart was filled with hatred. He no longer had the wisdom he once had. The current him was probably even less intelligent than a 3-year-old child. The things he did were getting more and more stupid. He had already proven his identity as a member of the Sea Clan. Who would still dare to listen to him? One had to know that the fear that the true Devil Empire brought to the profound world had yet to dissipate. When the warriors present saw him now, other than hatred, there was only fear. Even the people from the Phoenix Academy did not dare to listen to his orders. Listening to the orders of a member of the Sea Clan to kill someone who spoke the truth? If this were to spread, how would the warriors of the Phoenix Academy face the world? All right. If you don't do it, I'll do it myself. Sikong Zun seemed to have realized this. Even though these people did not dare to attack him, they would not listen to his orders anymore. He had to kill this devil-masked man. No matter who he was, he had to die. Those who dared to tease him, the Lightning Demon King, never had a good ending. What a joke! Do you dare to touch him? Ji Ning laughed coldly and said loudly, "This is the Divine Phoenix Empire, not your true Devil Empire. If you want to kill someone here today, you have to ask the warriors of the Divine Phoenix Empire first." That's right. The true Devil Empire killed so many of our clansmen back then. Do you still want to watch them run wild here? With Ji Ning standing up, many warriors who hated the true Devil Empire and the Sea clan also stood up. Sikong Zun suddenly realized that in this world, other than strength, one's mouth was also very powerful. His mouth was even more frightening than a divine weapon. This devil-masked man had forced him into a desperate situation with just a few words. The true Devil Empire's plan would probably be ruined because of today's events. His strength was obviously many times stronger than this devil-masked man, even dozens of times, but he could not make a move. Because once he made a move, he would immediately become the target of public criticism and die tragically on the spot. This devil-masked man was really calculative. He even considered this point. No wonder he dared to stand up. Seeing Sikong Zun in such a sorry state, Ling Xiao felt very happy. Although this was not as satisfying as defeating Sikong Zun with his own hands, it was still a different kind of satisfaction. Come, follow me to capture this Sea Race spy and hand him over to the Emperor for punishment. How could Ji Ning let go of such a good opportunity? With an order, many martial artists were eager to give it a try. The Imperial Edict has arrived! However, at this moment, a person floated over, holding an Imperial Edict in his hand, emitting a gentle light. It was very difficult to fake an Imperial Edict from the Divine Phoenix Empire. The Divine Phoenix aura on it could only be emitted by the Divine Phoenix seal. Long live, long live, long live! Although there was nothing he could do, Ji Ning had no choice but to kneel and listen to the edict. Everyone else followed suit. The Emperor decrees that the Divine Phoenix Empire and the True Demon's Empire form an alliance, of one heart and one mind. The Lightning Demon King Sikong Zun joining the Phoenix Academy is our decree. There is no need to investigate further. In addition, Ji Ning's loyalty to the Emperor and his country is commendable. Although he entered the Imperial City without permission, his merits outweigh his faults. He is specially bestowed with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. You may receive your reward and return to your encampment without delay. Imperial Edict! After reading the Imperial Edict, Ji Ning's eyes were red. He was extremely angry. This emperor was really asking a tiger for its skin and wanted to cooperate with the True Demon's Empire? He let out a long sigh, revealing some helplessness. If this was really the case, he really had no other choice. If he still insisted on capturing Sikong Zun at this time, then he would be a great sinner who started a war and broke the peace. General Ji Ning, are you not going to accept the edict? This official accepts the edict and thanks the Emperor for his kindness. Long live the Emperor! Ji Ning received the Imperial Edict with trembling hands, but his heart was mournful. Was the Divine Phoenix Empire really going to walk on the path of self-destruction? He shook his head helplessly. Looking at Sikong Zun's complacent appearance, he was extremely angry. General, there is no need to be angry. You have already done what you wanted to do today. Sikong Zun's identity has been exposed. Even if the Emperor protects him, he is still an enemy in the eyes of the Divine Phoenix Empire's citizens. He is someone who needs to be guarded against. As for the Emperor of the Ice Phoenix clan, I'm afraid he is already disloyal. They no longer have a chance in this year's election. Ling Zhao's voice sounded in Ji Ning's mind. It was a direct transmission. That's right. Your Excellency is right. Ji Ning immediately became spirited. There was less than a year left until the election. It would not be easy for the True Demon's Empire to do anything in this period of time. As long as it was next year, everything would be clear. "Mister, can you leave the city with me for a chat?" Ji Ning suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. This person was not stupid. He knew that Ling Xiao had offended Si Kongzun. If he continued to stay here, he might be in danger. Therefore, he proposed to have a chat with Ling Xiao. In reality, he wanted to protect Ling Xiao. Si Kongzun dared to attack Ling Xiao, but he did not dare to attack him. "Thank you for your kind intentions, General. However, I am only a martial artist. I am not willing to get involved in political disputes. I just said a few words of fairness. I will leave now to avoid being hunted down." Ling Xiao shook his head and did not agree to Ji Ning's request. He was thinking further than Ji Ning. If he left with Ji Ning, he was afraid that others would think that he was Ji Ning's subordinate, and that he was a trap set by Ji Ning. Such a scheming general would not be liked by the royal family. When that happened, Ji Ning would be in even more danger. What kind of general was the least threatening? A simple-minded, and straightforward person. Ji Ning was such a person. There was no need for him to be misunderstood. After saying that, Ling Xiao was about to leave. However, he heard Sun Shang behind him sneer. "This is the Phoenix Academy. You dare to cause trouble here. Do you think you can leave so easily?" Si Kongzun could not make things difficult for him, but Sun Shang could. "You're really a loyal dog of the true demon's empire." Ling Xiao could not help but sneer, as he said sarcastically, "The Saint Emperor has treated you well, yet you betrayed him. Everyone from the Divine Phoenix Academy, this kind of dog that will bite its master, you should be more careful when using him in the future. Don't let him bite you instead. You! What a sharp-tongued brat. If I don't kill you today, I'll be the dean of the Divine Phoenix Medical College for nothing." Sun Shang was so angry that his whole body trembled. "If I want to leave, can you stop me?" Ling Xiao sneered. In terms of movement skills, it was not that he looked down on Sun Shang, but other than a few people present, no one was his match. An afterimage broke through the air and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. Sun Shang did not even have time to move. What amazing movement skills! Who is this person? From his voice, he sounds like he's in his 40s or 50s. His voice can also be a disguise. The Phoenix Academy has offended such a person. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful in the future. In the square, everyone was talking about it. On the high platform, the Peacock Phoenix and the Thunderhawk Phoenix looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They thought that their speed was already very fast. However, compared to this person, it was like comparing a small witch to a big witch. Chapter 901. Let's go too! Ji Ning turned the winged sky wolf's head, and then threw a sentence at the Si Kongzun. "Si Kongzun, with me, Ji Ning, here, your true devil empire can forget about having any improper thoughts about the Divine Phoenix Empire." After saying that, this pair of people quickly left. They really came in a hurry, and also in a hurry. The winged sky wolf's speed was extremely shocking. Yellow sand filled the sky. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. This was a city with an extremely harsh illusion. It stood on the border of the Divine Phoenix Empire, guarding the northern gate of the empire. Facing the empire's most ferocious enemy, the Black Crow Empire. In the entire Divine Phoenix continent, the Divine Phoenix Empire occupied close to half of the territory. The Black Crow Empire occupied 80% of the remaining half. And this Black Crow Empire also had the backing of the White Tiger Continent. The White Tiger Continent was the third continent, and its overall strength was much stronger than the Divine Phoenix Continent. If the Divine Phoenix Continent's practitioners wanted to go to the White Tiger Continent, it was impossible for them to reach the Grotto Heaven Realm. Not only was this route filled with danger, but it was also because there were countless experts on the White Tiger Continent. Perhaps the reason why the Divine Phoenix Empire chose to form an alliance with the True Devil Empire was also related to the Black Crow Empire. On the dust-filled yellow sand road, a person stood. A person wearing a ghost mask. Violent winds wreaked havoc, and yellow sand filled the sky. But when it was a few meters away from him, it naturally bounced off, forming a strange ball. A group of people rushed over from afar, and when they approached this person, they all stopped. Mr. Ghost Mask! This group was Ji Ning's group that had left the Imperial City. And that Ghost Mask was naturally Ling Xiao. May I have a word with you? Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. The reason why he rushed over and waited here before Ji Ning was only to form an alliance with Ji Ning. To deal with the true Devil Empire, he naturally couldn't do it alone, so he needed an ally. This Ji Ning was a bold and straightforward person. If it was possible to form an alliance with him, then he would finally have a place to stay in Divine Phoenix Empire in the future. This is not a good place to talk. Why don't we go to the northern desert city for a chat? Ji Ning looked around warily. Fine. Ling Xiao nodded. He had been traveling for such a long time and was a little tired. It would be good if he could rest in the northern desert city. Moreover, since they were going to form an alliance, they had to reveal their true identities. Otherwise, it was unlikely that there would be any mutual trust between them. Come on, give Mr. Ghost Mask a winged sky wolf. Ji Ning was naturally very interested in this mysterious devil-masked man. When he heard that Ling Xiao had agreed to go to the northern desert city with him, he was very pleased. Therefore, he ordered his subordinates to give up one of their mounts. Many thanks! Ling Xiao did not decline. Even though his heaven's origin energy was long and vigorous, it was still a little too much for him. Therefore, it was a good thing to ride the winged sky wolf and rest for a while. He was not in a hurry to reveal his identity. Since Ji Ning felt that this was not a good place to talk, then he must be worried about being monitored. He had to be more careful. A pair of people galloped majestically. A moment later, at the place where the winged sky wolf was flying at a low altitude, a strange plant suddenly appeared. Its outer appearance was similar to a cactus, but it had a human face. The human face was divided into yin and yang, one black and one white. This was clearly a characteristic that only the yin-yang demon king's subordinates had. Quickly report back. That devil-masked man has already contacted Ji Ning. It's a pity that the northern desert city is protected by a magic array, so we can't get close. The yin-yang demon king shouted to his side. Then, a rustling sound came from the ground and quickly went away. The northern desert city was already close. From afar, one could see that the tall city walls were almost like a sand city. It did not have the luxury of the imperial city, nor the grandeur of the sacred city. There was only desolation and a harsh environment. This is a lone city. Once it's surrounded, the reinforcements will not be able to arrive. General, have you not thought of retreating some distance and relying on the mountains to build a city and then strengthen the defense? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Ji Ning shook his head and smiled. Mr. Devil-masked man, look behind this city. Behind? Ling Xiao patted the winged sky wolf lightly. The beast rose into the air and flew to a height of more than 10 meters. As expected, they could see behind the city. It was actually an oasis. Not only was there a rich water source, but there were also many people living there. At a glance, one could tell that most of these people were mediocre. Some were not even martial artists. If the northern desert city was retreated, this place would be completely exposed to the iron hooves of the Black Crow Empire. In that case, not only would blood flow like a river, the only oasis in this area would be destroyed. Thousands of people would be displaced. It seems that I did not misjudge him. This Ji Ning is not only forthright and straightforward, but also treats the people very well. If it was someone else, I'm afraid it would be difficult to put himself in the most dangerous place and let the people hide behind. Ling Zhao's judgment of Ji Ning in his heart had improved. Mr. Devil-masked man, you may not know that the northern desert city used to be behind the oasis. That way, life would be more comfortable. But after the general came here, he built a new city. All of it was built by soldiers. He did not take any able-bodied men from the people. A deputy general of the northern desert city could not help but say, "Oh? If Mr. Devil-masked man does not believe me, you can ask around in the village. The northern desert city is still in the process of being built. According to the plan, it will be surrounded by the oasis. In this way, if the enemy invades, they will not be able to bypass the northern desert city to harm the people. That deputy general saw the shock on Ling Xiao's face and could not help but add another sentence. I believe you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, for someone who would not hesitate to give up his life for a promise, it is not difficult for him to do such a thing. Sigh, I am only trying my best. The current Divine Phoenix Empire looks glamorous on the surface, but in reality, it is surrounded by strong enemies and is full of danger. As the #1 empire in the Divine Phoenix continent, everyone wants to see you fall, and then divide this fat piece of meat. Jining sighed and said, what's more, I am not protecting the people here entirely out of kindness. More importantly, I want to nurture more useful martial artists. Although the conditions here are not as good as Phoenix Academy and Qingshu College, it is better to train people. That's right, Phoenix Academy and Qingshu College will send a batch of students here every year to train. That deputy general said excitedly. When this group of students see the martial artists of the Black Crow Empire, their usual arrogance completely disappears. Each and every one of them is so scared that they cry out wah wah wah. Even if they are stronger than the opponent, they will not be able to defeat them. They must train well so that they will not be killed on the battlefield in the future. He is right, Mr. Devilmask should also know that the next continent is the White Tiger continent, right? Ji Ning suddenly asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I know. But Mr. Devilmask definitely does not know that there is an island between the Divine Phoenix continent and the White Tiger continent. Ji Ning asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I did not listen. Chapter 902. Ling Xiao really didn't know that there was a mysterious island between the Divine Phoenix continent and the White Tiger continent. Ji Ning smiled and said, it's normal that you don't know. Unless the martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon continent have been to the White Tiger continent, there really aren't many people who know about this island. You all only know that the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire are at odds with each other on the Divine Phoenix continent, but you don't know that in this sea region, the truly powerful empires aren't these two. What? It was Ling Xiao's first time hearing about this. Jining said, Mr. might be surprised, but in fact, other than the two empires and countless small countries, the most powerful ones in the Divine Phoenix Ocean are the 5 Immortal Islands. The 5 Immortal Islands aren't that big, and each island is only 1% the size of the Divine Phoenix continent. However, their strength is so strong that it makes people fearful. After the 5 Immortal Islands, there are 7 Martial Zone Islands that are on par with the 2 empires. Although the Divine Phoenix Empire is an empire, it's under the control of one of the 5 Immortal Islands, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. The Black Crow Empire is under the control of the Black Water Immortal Island. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was shocked. One must know that the Divine Phoenix Empire's strength was far stronger than the current Sacred Dynasty. However, such a strong empire with the Phoenix Academy and Qingshu College was actually under the control of an island? He felt like he was dreaming. Then the war between the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire, won't the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and the Black Water Immortal Island interfere? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. They won't. On the contrary, they're happy to see this kind of war. Because the more wars there are, the more outstanding martial artists there will be. Jining shook his head and said, I'm afraid you still don't know. The enemies the 5 Immortal Islands are facing are from the White Tiger continent. They won't care too much about the war between the empires, small countries, or Martial Zone Islands. In order to select talents to fight against the White Tiger continent and resist the harassment from there, they'll basically select talents every 5 or 10 years. The selection method is usually carried out in a large competition, but it's much crueler than the martial arts festival you participated in before. It was even possible that the large competition would involve fighting against the savage pirates and the martial artists of the White Tiger continent. If he failed, he would really die. But even so, at that time, the entire Divine Phoenix Sea area, and even the young people of your Sky Dragon Sea area will go. Because once you survive in this concentrated selection, you will obtain countless benefits. The benefits are much more than the heaven's chosen child of your Sky Dragon continent. They might even make an exception and let you join some immortal island to learn and cultivate. That would be like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. After listening to this, Ling Xiao suddenly realized that he was really like a frog at the bottom of a well. His understanding of the profound world was really too little. He actually didn't know that in the Divine Phoenix Sea region, the strongest was not the Divine Phoenix Empire, but the 5 immortal islands. The monarchs of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire, as well as the island masters of the 7 great Martial Grand Master Islands, have they never thought of replacing the 5 immortal islands and becoming an existence whose strength is close to the 5 immortal islands? Ling Xiao asked. Ji Ning nodded and said, Of course, but the 5 immortal islands aren't idiots. They have gathered almost all the outstanding talents under their hands and control most of the resources. Even if the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire's territories are so huge, they still have to offer close to 90% of their resources as tribute. The 5 immortal islands will only become stronger and stronger, while the 2 great empires and the 7 great Martial Grand Master Islands will only become weaker and weaker. No wonder the Black Crow Empire colluded with the forces of the White Tiger continent, and the Divine Phoenix Empire wants to form an alliance with the True Devil Empire. It seems like this is also to challenge the 5 immortal islands' ruling position, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Mr. is indeed amazing. You hit the nail on the head. Ji Ning said with a smile. The northern desert city is right in front. As they spoke, everyone had already arrived at the foot of the northern desert city. Looking closer, the northern desert city seemed even more lonely. In the raging wind, the city that stood tall and didn't fall was like the stabilizing needle of the northern part of the empire. If it fell, the northern gate of the empire would be completely opened. The great general is back. He came back alive. He didn't abandon us. On the city gate tower, voices that were filled with ecstasy could be heard. These people anxiously watched Ji Ning leave the northern desert city and head towards the imperial city. Their hearts were filled with grief, but they couldn't stop him. They could only pray in their hearts that the great general could come back alive. When this extravagant hope became reality, they were filled with tears and snot. However, even so, the guards of the city were still in good order. The city gate wasn't opened. The soldiers suppressed their excitement and acted according to the military rules. Please show the great general's waist token. On the city gate tower, a deputy general shouted loudly. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Indeed, a general would have a subordinate of his own. Such strict discipline was really admirable. Even if they saw the great general himself, they still had to prove it. Who knew if the great general was being held hostage? Or maybe some demon that could transform into the great general disguised as him? They had to be careful about all of these. Ji Ning took out his waist token and activated his heavenly yuan force. The words on the waist token lit up. Only Ji Ning's heavenly yuan force could activate the waist token. Therefore, it was useless even if the waist token was taken away by someone else. Great General! It's really the Great General! Quickly open the city gate! Quickly! After receiving confirmation, all the soldiers were excited. They jumped and laughed as if they were celebrating a grand festival. I, Ji Ning, have come back alive! The shout was filled with excitement, completely igniting the enthusiasm of the entire northern desert city. The entire city started to celebrate. On the streets and alleys, the people lined the streets to welcome him. They held the fruits and snacks they had made themselves. Ling Xiao was touched. These people's excitement wasn't fake. The tears in their eyes were the most sincere. This was really a good general. He was too similar to his previous noble, Lin Zhe. However, he was much more powerful than Lin Zhe. This is the general's residence? Ling Xiao couldn't believe it. Although Ji Ning's residence was bigger than an ordinary house, compared to the mansions he had seen before, it was like a beggar's house. The area was very small and there were basically no decorations. Stepping into the general's residence, Ji Ning ordered people to prepare tea and snacks. Then, he sat down with Ling Xiao and prepared to discuss business. Mister, since you were waiting for me on the road, there must be something important. Now that there are only the two of us in the hall, why don't you just say it? Ji Ning said with a smile. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly took off the ferocious ghost mask on his face. The face under the mask revealed a kind smile. His eyes were deep and wise, as if he could see through everything. He's so young! Ji Ning cried out in surprise. He thought that the person under the mask was at least 40 or 50 years old, or even over 100 years old. However, he didn't expect it to be the face of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Chapter 903. Ha ha ha, as expected, heroes come from youth since ancient times. Mr. is amazing! I'm impressed! After being surprised, Ji Ning laughed loudly. Obviously, he admired Ling Xiao even more. Such a young man could stand out in that kind of atmosphere and confront the Lightning Demon King, refuting the Lightning Demon King until he was speechless. More importantly, the clever young man had even allowed the cunning Electric Demon King to fall into his trap, eventually exposing his identity. Although the Divine Phoenix Emperor was protecting him, the Lightning Demon King was not brought to justice. However, the Lightning Demon King who had exposed his identity would not be able to do anything. Unlike him, he was simply a straightforward person. He almost lost his life, and there might not be any effect. Great General, you don't have to call me Mister. Just call me Ling Xiao. I'm only 15 years old this year. I don't dare to call you Mister in front of you. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. This junior admires General's bravery, fearlessness, and loyalty. That's why I wanted to meet General today. If you don't mind, it would be best if we could become friends. Little Mister is too modest. You're the one who is truly young and fearless. You're smarter than others. I can't compare to you in this aspect. Ji Ning waved his hand. It's my honor to be friends with someone like Little Mister. Great General is indeed a straightforward person. Junior will not beat around the bush. Ling Xiao went straight to the point. Junior was originally a disciple of the Yuehua school in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Now that the True Devil Empire is pressuring us, the Yuehua school is in imminent danger. This time, I came to the Divine Phoenix continent not only to focus on improving my martial cultivation, but also to lead troops to help. Little Mister has also seen that the True Devil Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire have formed an alliance. If I attack the True Devil Empire at this time, it's equivalent to declaring war. It's equivalent to putting the common people in the flames of war. Ji Ning frowned helplessly. Ling Xiao smiled. General, you misunderstand. I am not talking about saving them now. The Sacred Dynasty is still alive and has a few Yin-Yang realm experts. True Demon Empire won't be able to do anything to them for now. I am talking about the future. This can be considered. In my opinion, that True Devil Empire has the ambition of a wolf, and will make a move on Divine Phoenix Empire sooner or later. Ji Ning nodded. As long as the general says so, it's fine. This junior will take his leave first. This time, I didn't inform my friends before I came out. I'm afraid that they will be anxious. After finishing his business, Ling Xiao got up and was about to leave. He did not intend to push Ji Ning too hard. Time would reveal a person's true nature, and many things still needed to be done slowly. Little Mister is indeed a person who values friendship and righteousness. All right then, I'll see you out. Ji Ning stood up and said. All right. Just as the two of them walked out of the general's residence, Ling Xiao was shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of the general's residence, there were actually 2 long lines of people standing on the road. They suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted at Ling Xiao, who had already put on the ghost mask again. Thank you, Mr. Ghost Mask, for saving our lives. The same words were repeated several times. Their voices resounded throughout the entire northern desert city, causing Ling Xiao to be extremely excited. What ability do I, Ling Xiao, have to be thanked by so many people. It seems that this Ji Ning is really loved by the people of Northern Desert City. No wonder the people of the imperial family want to kill him. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Everyone, please get up. Your general is a righteous person and has a heart that loves the people. I am only doing my best. Ling Xiao slowly raised his hands in the air and released a powerful heaven's origin energy. He actually helped the thousands of people kneeling in front of the door up. Ji Ning, who was watching from the side, was shocked. If he was not wrong, Ling Xiao's strength was only a breakthrough heaven pulse martial artist. However, this terrifying heaven's origin energy was probably comparable to a heaven realm martial artist with heaven realm cultivation. This was a true monstrous genius. General, goodbye. Everyone, goodbye. Ling Xiao stretched out a pair of black and white light wings behind his back and turned into a black and white light that broke through the sky. Farewell, Mr. Ghost Mask. The soldiers and the people led by Ji Ning all cupped their hands in the same direction and watched the figure disappear quickly. Soldiers, listen up. Mr. Ghost Mask will be the savior of Northern Desert City. If he is in trouble, what should we do? Ji Ning asked loudly. Do your best and repay him with your life. Repay him with your life. Their voices were like thunder in the sky. It was very spectacular. Haha, I didn't expect this little guy to have grown to such a level. Ji Ning, do you know who he is? An old man walked out of the general's mansion. If Ling Xiao was here, he would have found that this person was none other than his grandfather, Hong Qi. Old sect leader Hong. Ji Ning looked at Hong Qi and asked in surprise. From what you said, that young man seems to know you. Who is he? Him? You've seen him before, but he was just a baby in swaddling clothes at that time, Hong Qi said with a smile. It's him! Little master! Ji Ning's face was filled with ecstasy. Yes, it's him. Back then, Ji Fu Ling and Yu Xianwei got a piece of God's stone on the Sky Dragon continent and kept it by their side. One day, their blood dripped on the God's stone at the same time. Then, the God's stone broke open and gave birth to a thumb-sized baby. Hong Qi's voice was gentle and he continued with a smile. From then on, they treated the baby as their own and named him Ling Xiao. Ling was taken from Ji Fu Ling's last word. And Yu Xuanyue's nickname was Xiao Xiao. So the baby's name was Ling Xiao. It's really little master. No wonder he has such outstanding aptitude. For more than 100,000 years, only 3 people were born from the God's Stone. One was the successor of the human king, the Clear Sky Emperor. Another was the Great Ape King of the same era as the human king. The last one was the 9th generation Saint Emperor of the Sacred Dynasty, the Stone King. Our little master has been extraordinary since the day he was born. Ji Ning said excitedly. You're wrong. Those 3 were just ordinary stones that absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. The stone that gave birth to Ling Xiao is somewhat special. It should be said that Ling Xiao's achievements are even more extraordinary than those 3. Hong Qi said with emotion. This old man is really looking forward to it. Ling Xiao did not see Hong Qi, which was a pity. But since Hong Qi appeared in the Divine Phoenix continent, then the day he met Hong Qi was probably not far away. After returning to Qingshu College, Ling Xiao put all his thoughts into cultivation. The cultivation of a heaven-vein martial artist during the breakthrough period was still too low. He had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome in the future. And the best place to raise his cultivation was naturally the Heaven Essence Pagoda in the center of the Imperial City. Only the disciples of the 2 major academies were qualified to cultivate there. Chapter 904. As soon as he entered Qingshu College, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to practice new martial arts. The Guanying inheritance alone was enough to keep him busy. Even with the Mountain River martial soul, he could not fully comprehend the mysteries within a short period of time. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. He had learned too many things in the past, so now he had to focus more on one thing. Ling Xiao, you're finally back. I don't want to ask where you were, But as the saying goes, if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. Phoenix Academy's momentum is very strong now. After the Emperor publicly announced the cooperation with the True Demon's Empire, many sea tribes joined the Phoenix Academy. Our Qingshu College is facing more resistance than the Heaven Essence Pagoda. Feng Yanren had been uneasy for 2 days after Ling Xiao left. She knew the true identity of the ghoul-masked man. There was no need to guess. Seeing Ling Xiao's return, the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Qingshu College won't be kicked out of the Heaven Essence Pagoda, right? Isn't that too weak? Ling Xiao frowned. Of course not. In fact, Qingshu College has the advantage in the upper levels of the Heaven Essence Pagoda. However, the lower levels, the greater the advantage of the Phoenix Academy. Feng Yanran explained. Due to the Phoenix Academy's recent activities, they have recruited many Heavenly Pulse warriors and Celestial Realm disciples. These people have almost completely occupied the cultivation rooms on the first 3 levels, so the freshmen of Qingshu College have no chance to cultivate. What are the cultivation levels of the warriors on the first 3 levels? Ling Xiao asked. Basically, they are Heavenly Pulse warriors, One-Line Sky, and Yin-Yang Sky Realm warriors. Feng Yanran answered. I'm not afraid. Ling Xiao was slightly relieved. If it was only warriors of this realm, he could still deal with them. However, he was still a little confused, so he asked, won't the warriors of the upper levels interfere with the fights between the warriors of the lower levels? There isn't such an explicit rule, but everyone has an unspoken rule in their hearts. That is, martial artists on the same level can fight, but if the upper level bullies the lower level, then that is a violation of the rules. It will lead to a group brawl between the 2 great academies. Feng Yanran explained. Alright, that's enough. Let's go to the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda together. Right now, I'm really anxious to raise my cultivation base. That place is not a bad idea. After Ling Xiao got a general idea of the situation, he did not waste any more time. He used his movement technique and headed in the direction of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Only when you get closer would you discover the wonders of this Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. This thing was like a huge magnet, and the surrounding spiritual chi was like iron shavings, which were constantly being sucked into the pagoda, causing the density of spiritual chi here to be higher than anywhere else. Naturally, it was very suitable for cultivation. What was even more amazing was that this Heavenly Essence Pagoda was supported by multiple formations. Not only could it absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, but it could also absorb the essence of the sun and moon to produce spiritual energy. This caused the spiritual chi here to be richer than many spiritual chi veins, and it was endless. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda of the Divine Phoenix Empire is not much worse than the 5 Immortal Islands Cultivation Secret Realm. The 7 major Martial Grandmaster Islands and the Black Crow Empire are very jealous of it. Feng Yanran explained. They're here too. As he walked closer, Ling Xiao saw Lan Yuer, Ying Wuyao, Longqin, and many other Qingshu College's disciples standing there. They were clearly at the bottom of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda, but they were unable to enter to cultivate. Their expressions were not good. Every level of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda has 10 individual cultivation rooms and a large cultivation room. The individual cultivation rooms are naturally the best. Not only are there no disturbances, but the spiritual chi can also be enjoyed by one person alone. The more people a large cultivation room can accommodate, the worse the effect of cultivation. Feng Yanran explained as she walked. Not only did the people from the Phoenix Academy occupy 25 of the top 30 individual cultivation rooms, but they also did not allow our Qingshu College's disciples to enter the large cultivation room. They are really overbearing. Doesn't the imperial family care about this? Ling Xiao asked. They never care about the disputes between the 2 academies. Even if they do care, they will be on the side of the Phoenix Academy. Now that Qingshu College is at a disadvantage in the first 3 levels, they will naturally pretend to be blind. Feng Yanran said indignantly. If that's the case, then it's easy to handle. Ling Xiao respected the rules set by others. However, if someone did not follow the rules first, then there was no need for him to follow the rules. Isn't the Phoenix Academy overbearing and unreasonable? I'm even more overbearing than you. Even more unreasonable. Ling Xiao, you're here! Han Myungkeo was the first to notice Ling Xiao and Feng Yanran. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. The moment he stepped into the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda, he felt the spiritual qi that seeped out of the pagoda. It was very terrifying. Many disciples of Qingshu College could not enter the cultivation room, so they could only cultivate near the pagoda. Although the effect was far from that of the cultivation room, it was much better than other places. Han Myungkeo, you should be able to get a private cultivation room, right? Why don't you do it? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at the martial artists of Phoenix Academy guarding the cultivation room. Among those martial artists, the strongest cultivation was only at the Yin and Yang heavenly realm. With Han Myungkeo's strength and Tianji martial soul, she should be able to win. I'm waiting for you. Han Myungkeo smiled. You don't have to wait anymore. Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, Lun Hao, Yu Ling, Yao Ling, Ing Weiyao, the 6 of you can do it. They won't let you use the cultivation room, so you can get a private one. With your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem, right? After the disaster in the Sky Dragon continent, it could be said that fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Although it was a little bitter, these people had greatly improved their cultivation during the training. Especially Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, and Lun Hao. Their cultivation was now comparable to Ling Zhao's. They were all heavenly pulse martial artists in the breakthrough period. Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, and Ing Weiyao were slightly inferior. Their cultivation had reached the level of heavenly pulse martial artists in the growth period. In addition, Lan Yu had broken through to the one-line heaven realm, surpassing Ling Xiao, whose cultivation had regressed. Han Myungkeo was more vigorous. She was already at the pinnacle of the Yin and Yang heavenly realm, not far from the 3 talents realm. Got it! With Ling Xiao as their backbone, they no longer hesitated and took action. Among the guards on the first floor of the Phoenix Academy, the strongest were heavenly pulse martial artists in the breakthrough period. They couldn't stop the 6 people at all and were defeated one after another. Only then did everyone realize that out of the 10 single rooms, 8 of them were actually empty. The Phoenix Academy was occupying the latrine but not taking a shit. Why didn't they use the private rooms to cultivate? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Although the cultivation room's effect isn't as good as the private rooms, it's free. On the other hand, you have to pay for the private rooms. The fee for the first floor is 100 low-grade spiritual stones per day. Many people think it's too expensive, so they don't want to use it. Feng Yanran explained. Hearing this, Ling Xiao cursed. No wonder. These Phoenix Academy martial artists are really disgusting. They don't have the money to cultivate, but they don't let others cultivate. They really deserve a beating. Chapter 905. Ling Xiao looked at the 6 people on his side and said, You 6 go in. If you don't have enough spirit stones, I'll pay for it. First, I'll lend you 3,000 low-grade spirit stones each. It's enough for you to cultivate for a month. Remember, you have to pay it back. Definitely. Dai Yuling, Lun Hao, and the others excitedly took the spirit stones and entered the cultivation room. They were not pretentious at all. Low-grade spirit stones were nothing to them now. As long as they completed the tasks assigned by the Academy, they could easily earn them back. It was just that they were pressed for time and didn't have time to spare. Since Ling Xiao had extra spirit stones, he could lend them to them. He didn't need to worry about them not being able to pay it back. Let's go to the second floor. After watching Dai Yuling and the others enter the cultivation room, Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked to the second floor. Feng Yanran still hadn't recovered from the shock. Weren't the warriors of the Sky Dragon continent very poor? What's wrong with this Ling Xiao? How could he have so many spirit stones? 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for each person. 6 people would be 18,000 low-grade spirit stones for each person. Miss Yanran, aren't you going? Lan Yuer turned around and shouted, waking Feng Yanran from her shock. She hurriedly followed. The strongest guard on the second floor was a warrior at the peak of the one-line sky. Lan Yue snatched a cultivation room and then entered it to cultivate. The single rooms on the second floor cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per day, and the large cultivation room also had to be charged, but the charge was relatively low, only 100 low-grade spirit stones per person per day. Lan Yue was relatively rich, so she didn't lend it to Ling Xiao. Continue. Ling Xiao's ideal cultivation room should be on the third floor. However, it wasn't easy to enter that place to cultivate. When the three of them arrived at the third floor, they saw three people in the middle of the road, sitting cross-legged and cultivating. The cultivation of these three people had all reached the sky of yin and yang. The one in the middle, wearing a red robe, was at the late stage of yin and yang. The two on the side were at the early stage of yin and yang. These three people have reached such a level of cultivation. Are they really willing to be Divine Phoenix Academy's roadblock? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Their guards should be on a rotational basis. If cultivators with such cultivation were to stay outside all the time, they would be at a disadvantage. Feng Yanran explained. No wonder. Ling Xiao nodded and continued to walk forward. Stop! Can't you see that we're cultivating? Why aren't you scramming? The red-clothed man suddenly opened his mouth and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. His words were extremely impolite. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Of course I know you are cultivating. I just want to pass by. As he spoke, he continued to walk forward, completely ignoring the three men's murderous gazes. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? A mere heaven-vain martial artist wants to enter the third level to cultivate? Why don't you take a piss and see if you're qualified? The red-clothed man was furious. If a martial artist of the same cultivation didn't give him face, he could understand. However, Ling Xiao, a heaven-vain martial artist, dared to treat him like this, which made him very unhappy. Senior brother, don't be angry. With the three of us here, how can a mere heaven-vain martial artist pass by? Unless he grows wings and flies over our heads. The Phoenix Academy martial artist next to him advised. That's true. The red-clothed cultivator sneered. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Brat, I'll give you a chance. If you can get past the three of us, you can enter the great cultivation room to cultivate. Idiot! Ling Xiao looked at the martial artist in red with disdain. If this person was a martial artist in the Three Talents Heaven realm, he might be afraid. However, he did not care about a mere martial artist in the Two Elements Heaven realm. With his soul power and mountain river martial soul, he could make this guy scram in an instant. What are you? Just as the red-clothed martial artist finished speaking, a light suddenly flashed over his head. Ling Xiao, who was standing in front of them, was now behind them. What? The red-clothed martial artist's face was as gloomy as ash. He was a dignified heaven-vain martial artist at the late stage of the heaven vein of two elements guarding here. How could someone pass through? This was simply a disgrace. Get rid of him! The red-clothed martial artist shouted to the person next to him. Yes, senior brother! The person next to him was at the early stage of the heaven vein of two elements. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Like a snake, he leaped behind Ling Xiao in an instant. Then, he pressed his palm against the back of Ling Xiao's heart. Hee, Qingshu College's disciple, you really don't know what's good for you. I'll teach you a lesson first. No one was allowed to kill near the Heaven Essence Pagoda. This rule was set by the royal family, so this person didn't dare to be ruthless. He just wanted to injure Ling Xiao. It was all thanks to this rule. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse in the next moment. Are you tickling me? A cold and disdainful voice rang out. The Phoenix Academy's heaven vein of two elements martial artist felt a terrible rebounding force coming from his palm. Then, his whole body flew out and fell heavily to the bottom of the pagoda. My hand! The martial artist who fell to the ground didn't die, but he found that his right hand had been burned black. Terrifying. This was not the first time that Feng Yanran had seen Ling Xiao fight. But every time, Ling Xiao's performance surprised her. That was a martial artist at the early stage of the heaven vein of 2 elements. Ling Xiao didn't even need to make a move. He used his defensive martial arts to send his opponent flying and even burned his opponent's hand. This guy is really strong. No wonder our vice dean personally brought him into the academy. Some Qingshu College students with heaven vein of 2 elements cultivation sat around the 3rd floor of the Heaven Essence Pagoda. Although they weren't weak, they had only a chance to practice in the pagoda's corridor. There were no empty cultivation rooms on the 3rd floor. This was because when one's cultivation reached the heaven vein of 2 elements, they didn't lack spirit stones. They couldn't enter the big cultivation room, so they could only stay in the corridor and practice. The martial artist in red's pupils shrank suddenly as he stared at Ling Xiao's back. He was sure that it wasn't an illusion. This guy's back was actually glowing like the sun. He didn't even get close to it, but it made him feel fearful. Although this guy was a heaven vein martial artist, his strength wasn't as bad as his cultivation. How on earth did he practice? You were the one who shouted the loudest just now. Why are you mute now? Ling Xiao looked back at the martial artist in red and said coldly, "If you don't have that kind of ability, don't try to act tough. You'll get yourself killed." He didn't intend to continue fighting. Cultivation was the key. There was a time display outside each cultivation room, which was similar to a sundial. He could see how long it would take for the people in the 10 cultivation rooms to come out. He found that 4 of the cultivation rooms could be vacated within an hour, and one of them only had a few minutes left. So he planned to wait. Chapter 906. It was still too early for Ling Xiao to reach the 4th floor, so there was no need for him to do so. People had to be confident, but they also had to know their own limits. Only then could they live longer and cultivate better. Even though he didn't want to provoke others, there were always some reckless people who wanted to provoke him. The martial artist in red didn't want to be humiliated like this. It was fine that Ling Xiao had surpassed him, but someone had actually injured his fellow disciple in front of him. How could he tolerate this? Of course, the most important thing was that he was a disciple of Phoenix Academy, and the other party was a disciple of Qingshu College. They had always been competitors. They could even be enemies. Boom! The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. A ball of crimson flame suddenly ignited behind the man in red. This was a martial artist from the Heavenly Dragon continent who had a fire-type martial soul. Moreover, this guy's martial soul wasn't ordinary fire, but a special kind of martial soul called lava fire. Although it couldn't compare to the 12 sacred flames, it was much stronger than ordinary fire. Coupled with his late-stage yin and yang cultivation, there was no problem for him to dominate the 3rd floor. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't want to act rashly if this martial artist in red had other martial souls. Because to deal with this person, even if he could win, he would have to expose many tricks. After all, his opponent's cultivation was really strong. His martial soul wasn't ordinary either. He wanted to let Haim Myunkeo deal with him. But now he planned to do it himself. Because his opponent actually had a fire-type martial soul. Although Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon fire was sealed, the heat from the inheritance of light was comparable to the sun's sacred fire, far stronger than the lava fire. If he couldn't deal with his opponent under the suppression of his martial soul, Ling Xiao felt that he wouldn't have the face to continue staying here. At that moment, his body was surrounded by a dazzling light. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose, and then spread in all directions. The originally narrow pagoda corridor's temperature also rose greatly. Many people were sweating profusely, and some even showed signs of dehydration. A mere lava fire martial soul is really nothing! Ling Xiao released an extremely high temperature as he slowly walked towards the red-clothed man. The scorching heat seemed to have materialized, causing the air to distort and distort. Streams of heat rushed towards the red-clothed man. And Ling Xiao's surroundings had become a world of high temperature, causing people to be unable to avoid it. Feng Yanran, who was standing not far away, was even more shocked. She felt like a moth flying into a flame. Her body had been burned by the flame and was constantly melting. An unprecedented sense of fear continued to rise. Han Myung-keo, do you know what martial soul this is? She felt her voice tremble. This isn't a martial spirit. Strictly speaking, this is just an ability of his martial spirit. You haven't fought with Ling Xiao before. If you have, you'll understand that this guy's strength is so strong that it's suffocating. This was not the first time Han Myung-keo had seen Ling Xiao deal with an enemy in such a manner. But every time, she felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. How could a martial artist release a scorching heat like the sun? How did he do it? The red-clothed martial artist felt the terrifying heat coming from Ling Xiao's body. His entire body was sweating profusely. That kind of high temperature caused the martial spirit behind him to tremble. It was trembling in fear. It was the fear of a weak person towards a strong person. The flame martial spirit's damage was nothing more than relying on high temperature. But at the same temperature, Ling Xiao's mountain river martial spirit's light profound was more powerful and of a higher level. This completely suppressed the temperature of the flame martial spirit. It was just like how the Lion King could make the weak Lion King tremble. Ling Xiao naturally understood his own Scarlet Sun power very well. It benefited from the light profound in the light and shadow profound. It was because he could suppress his opponent that he used it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move. Light and shadow sword art, Scarlet Sun power! Suddenly, a sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand and he stabbed out with it. The terrifying sword she contained the scorching Scarlet Sun power. Streaks of Scarlet Sun power were like vicious rays of Scarlet Sun power that could pierce through a human body in an instant. Lava Dragon Roar! The red-clothed martial artist panicked. The martial spirit behind him surged and turned into a divine dragon that pounced out and merged with his fists. Although this lava divine dragon was not very long, its terrifyingly high temperature was not inferior to the blazing lava at all. The lava divine dragon opened its huge mouth and swallowed the terrifying sword chi. You can't block it! Ling Xiao sneered. The sword chi, combined with the sword essence, was so sharp that it sent chills down one's spine. The Scarlet Sun, combined with the mountain river will, was so terrifying that it made one's reaction slow. The combination of the Scarlet Sun and the sword chi produced an even more powerful attack. At this moment, the red-clothed martial artist felt as if his body had been thrown directly into the scorching sun. It also felt as if there were tens of thousands of sharp steel needles piercing his body. His body was trembling, and his soul was crying. He felt as if he had sunk into hell. No! Impossible! You're only a heaven-pulse martial artist. How can you have such a terrifying combat strength? What kind of martial spirit is this? The red-clothed martial artist's mind was in a mess. Until now, he still did not know what his opponent's martial spirit was. He still did not know how his opponent could have such a terrifying combat strength even though he was only a heaven-pulse martial artist. He felt that his body and soul could be directly burned and melted at any time. I'll spare your dog life. Don't ever let me see you again! Scram! A cold voice rang in the red-clothed martial artist's ears. Then, the red-clothed martial artist's body was blasted away. There was no blood. It was because that terrifying wound was actually completely charred, and it looked extremely horrifying. Cough, cough! The red-clothed martial artist knelt on the ground with one knee. He stared at Ling Xiao in horror and anger. You dare to attack me? You dare to attack a disciple of the Phoenix Academy? Ling Xiao had heard such words too many times. He was tired of it. Scram! With a cold shout, Ling Xiao kicked him directly from the third floor to the bottom of the tower. I won't let you go! Hysterical screams came from the bottom of the tower. Ling Xiao just smiled disdainfully. The villains in the books he had read seemed to like this. However, those villains did not seem to have succeeded in their revenge. Instead, they became more and more miserable. Feng Yanran and the other disciples of the Qingshu College were stunned. This guy was too monstrous. Without showing his martial spirit, he could restrain his opponent's special martial spirit with martial arts alone. Moreover, he could release the sword essence that only a few people could comprehend. How did this guy cultivate? Han Myung-keo also shook her head and smiled bitterly. These people had not seen Ling Xiao's performance in the martial arts festival. Otherwise, they would be even more shocked. In front of this monstrous guy, the other so-called geniuses were not worth mentioning. Chapter 907. What is your martial soul? Is it the mountain river martial soul? Han Myung-keo was shocked by her own thoughts. A big shock. For more than 100,000 years, only the human king had possessed the mountain river martial soul. After that, the mountain river martial soul had never appeared again. Ling Xiao had nothing to do with the human king. How could he have obtained such a powerful martial soul? That's not possible. Han Myung-keo shook her head and quickly dismissed her own thoughts. Perhaps this was a kind of self-deceiving thinking. After all, deep in her heart, she wanted to catch up with Ling Xiao as soon as possible. If Ling Xiao really did possess the mountain river martial soul, then she would have no chance at all. Now, at least there was still a glimmer of hope. How awe-inspiring! A mere student of Qingshu College dares to cause trouble on the third floor occupied by our Phoenix Academy. Just as everyone was in a state of shock, 4 single rooms were opened in succession, and 4 people walked out from them. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that 2 of them were Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue. He didn't recognize the other 2, but they were both at the peak of yin-yang heaven. Too much nonsense. Get out! This time, before Ling Xiao could say anything, Han Myung-keo rushed out. With just 2 moves, the 2 martial artists at the peak of yin-yang heaven were stabbed down from the pagoda. Han Myung-keo was already at the peak of yin-yang heaven. With the help of the Tianji martial soul and the heavenly king's scripture, she was still inferior to Ling Xiao, but among the geniuses, she was one of the best. Not to mention dealing with ordinary martial artists. You too, do you want me to ask you to get out? Han Myung-keo glared at Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue as she finished off the 2 martial artists at the peak of yin-yang heaven with 2 moves. If it weren't for the rules here, she would have killed them both with 1 move each. Go! Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue ended their cultivation because they ran out of spirit stones. They were planning to go out and get some more before coming back. However, they did not expect to meet Ling Xiao and Han Myung-keo. What made them even more speechless was that the 2 celestial yin-yang peak martial artists from the Phoenix Academy couldn't even withstand a single blow from Han Myung-keo. Since he was so useless, what was the point of being arrogant? Can't he just tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself? Both of them were smart people. They knew that they could not afford to offend Ling Xiao and Han Myung-keo, so they could only choose to escape in a hurry. Do you guys want to enter the cultivation room to cultivate? Since Ling Xiao had entered the Qingshu Academy, he owed the vice principal, Feng Qinyan, a favor. Therefore, he had always wanted to return it. Today was an opportunity. In any case, Phoenix Academy was a tyrannical school where the strong preyed on the weak. They did not give Qingshu College any chance at all. Then he would be even more domineering. Of course. The disciples of Qingshu College shouted one after another. Whoever wants to enter the cultivation room to cultivate, join us and chase all the disciples of Phoenix Academy out. Make them cultivate in this corridor or get lost as far as possible. Ling Xiao continued. Many people fell silent when they heard this. However, after a while, they seemed to recall the previous behavior of Ling Xiao and Han Myung-keo. They gritted their teeth and expressed their willingness. Very well. Let's clean up the cultivation room first. Follow me. Ling Xiao was not a greedy person. He had originally come to the Heaven Essence Pagoda purely to cultivate. However, the martial artists from the Phoenix Academy had completely occupied this floor and did not give any martial artists from Qingshu College a chance. They had even caused him to make a move. If he was not angry at this time, then he really deserved to be bullied. When Ling Xiao and Han Myung-keo walked into the cultivation room, what greeted them were disdainful and angry gazes. How did this bastard get in? Doesn't he know that he will affect our cultivation? A heavenly pulse martial artist from Qingshu College? Does this idiot want to cultivate on the third floor? Did those three guys go to eat? Why did they let him in? Although I don't know what's going on, this is Phoenix Academy's territory. All the trash from Qingshu College have to get lost. Did you hear that? We asked you to get lost, brat. One sentence after another, there was nothing good about it at all. The martial artists from the Phoenix Academy relied on their superior numbers and strength to treat Ling Xiao and the others as trash that could be bullied. They did not even think that the three guards outside had been defeated. They thought that the three of them had sneaked away. Ling Xiao's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, before a cold and indifferent smile slid past the corners of his mouth. In that instant, a terrifying blazing aura spread throughout the entire great training room, before crazily pouncing towards every single Divine Phoenix Academy practitioner who was in the midst of training. Do it! Ling Xiao, who was releasing a terrifying aura, waved his hand lightly, and the disciples from Qingshu College rushed out while shouting. Originally, with their overall strength, it was impossible for them to defeat the disciples from Phoenix Academy in the cultivation room. After all, the other party had more people, and their overall strength was stronger. However, Ling Xiao used the mountain river will to completely suppress the disciples from Phoenix Academy in the cultivation room. This gave the disciples from Qingshu College a great opportunity. Han Myung-keo and Feng Yanran also made a move. What followed were endless screams of agony. Of course, they did not kill anyone. They only injured all these people and threw them out. In any case, they did the same when the Phoenix Academy rushed to repair the cultivation room, so they did not feel guilty at all. In just a moment, only the disciples from Qingshu College were left in the cultivation room. Okay, you guys can cultivate here. I should also go cultivate. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to chase out the cultivators in the single rooms as well. However, each single room was protected by a powerful array, and Ling Xiao could not open it. Unless the other party used up all their spirit stones, there was no other way. Therefore, he, Han Myung-keo, Feng Yanran, and Lan Yuer, who was called up, occupied the 4 single rooms on the 3rd floor and began to cultivate. As long as enough spirit stones were paid, the dragon-breaking stone in the cultivation room would open and release spirit chi for the martial artists inside to cultivate. The spirit chi here was really rich and mellow. It was much better than the cultivation environment in the Moonlight Pagoda that Ling Xiao used to cultivate. In that instant, he felt refreshed and extremely comfortable. Although martial artists could also produce internal energy, it was still too little. The human body was a precious treasure, but the spirit chi between heaven and earth was easier to absorb and transform. It was much easier than tapping the human body's potential. Above his head, the eye of the world opened, and the inscriptions in it kept flashing. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. He had only comprehended the first step of the light and shadow profound meaning, and he had the red sun feather coat and the shadow armor. However, from the second step onwards, light and darkness had to be cultivated separately. Although these two forces could rely on each other, their advantages were very contradictory. If they cultivated together, it would affect their progress. Although Ling Xiao wanted to improve his cultivation and cultivate the light and shadow profound meaning to the last step, he also understood the principle of more haste, less speed. Everything had to be done step by step. Of course, even if it was done step by step, with the special effect of the mountain river martial soul, his cultivation speed was still much faster than others. Chapter 908. The heaven and earth spirit chi in the training room continuously flowed into Ling Xiao's body, like water flowing into dry land. Ling Xiao did not reject any of them and accepted them completely. His 9 cauldrons heavenly veins were tougher and bigger than any other martial artist's heavenly veins. It was like a bottomless pit that required more energy to upgrade. Although day and night still alternated in the mountain river realm, the duration of the day had obviously become longer. This was because Ling Xiao had focused on comprehending the light ultimacy, and had temporarily suppressed the shadow ultimacy. Activating the mountain river martial spirit did not require any internal cultivation technique. The heaven and earth spirit chi in the surroundings flowed into the 9 cauldrons' heavenly veins and was continuously refined before being injected into the mountain river martial spirit. From the outside, Ling Xiao looked like a blazing red sun, illuminating the entire cultivation room with a crimson glow. It should be said that his physical fitness had reached a bottleneck, and could not be improved any further, unless he broke through to the heaven realm. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not need to expend any heavenly origin energy on his body. Instead, he used it to break through his heavenly veins so that he could achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. What he did not know was that the people from the Phoenix Academy had come knocking on his door. The person leading the way was the martial artist in red from before. Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue were also in the group. However, they were not the main characters. The real main character was a martial artist at the peak of the 4 symbols celestial realm. His skin was a strange blood-red color. One look and one could tell that he was not human. Under the guidance of the red-robed martial artist, this group of people arrived at the 3rd floor. "Senior brother, look! The disciples of the Phoenix Academy are all injured. They can only cultivate outside the corridor and can't enter." The martial artist in red pointed at the martial artists who were sitting cross-legged in the corridor. Previously, the martial artists here were all from the Qingshu College. Now, they were from the Phoenix Academy. Mo Wushang! Qin Bixue! It's time for the 2 of you to make a contribution. Chase away all the martial artists from the Qingshu College. This time, they are not allowed to stay in the corridor. The red-skinned young man said coldly. Understood. Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue seemed to be very obedient to this person. As soon as this person gave the order, they rushed into the cultivation room. After being transformed by the true demon's empire, the 2 of them were now at the late-stage Yin and Yang sky realm. They were much stronger than when they had been at the martial path sacrifice. As soon as they attacked, the Qingshu College martial artists in the large cultivation room were no match for them. Most of them were injured and thrown down the pagoda. There were also some people who went berserk because their cultivation was interrupted, and almost lost all their martial arts. But things weren't over yet. Staring at the single stone door where Ling Xiao, Haim Myungkeo, and Lan Yu were cultivating, the young man sneered and immediately took out 3 secret scrolls and pasted them on the door. He didn't want to offend Feng Yanran, and he couldn't afford to offend her. Then, he activated his heavenly origin energy and muttered something. After a while, the 3 secret scrolls emitted a strange blood-red light, and the 3 cultivation rooms shook violently. Not only that, but the spiritual qi in the cultivation rooms also became chaotic. In Ling Xiao's room, the spiritual qi was chaotic for only a moment before it was suppressed by the powerful mountain river martial spirit. Then, it returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. In Haim Myungkeo's room, although the spiritual qi was still chaotic, the Tianji martial spirit transformed into a strange pavilion and directly took Haim Myungkeo in. Then, the outside environment didn't affect Haim Myungkeo, who was cultivating. Only Lan Yu's situation was a bit troublesome. The entire cultivation room shook as if there was an earthquake. In addition, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was chaotic. She didn't notice and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a big taboo to be disturbed during cultivation. Therefore, under normal circumstances, there would be someone guarding. However, this was the Heaven Essence Pagoda. According to the rules, no one was allowed to disturb the martial artists in the cultivation rooms. Moreover, ordinary means couldn't affect them. Unexpectedly, the red-skinned young man had a special secret scroll that could interfere with the situation in the cultivation rooms. This was why Lan Yu was injured. Lan Yu's face was a little pale. Fortunately, she was fine. She didn't dare to continue cultivating because the cultivation rooms kept shaking. It was impossible to cultivate even if she wanted to. "People of Qingshu College, get out here!" Outside the stone door, someone roared. Lan Yu recognized the voice as the Qin Bishue's. Although she was angry, she didn't act impulsively. During the martial arts festival, she wasn't a match for the Qin Bishue. Although she had a breakthrough in her cultivation, it was still not possible for her to be a match for the Qin Bishue. If she went out, it would be worse. Even if she couldn't cultivate, at least she wouldn't be injured if she stayed in the cultivation rooms. The Heaven Essence Pagoda clearly stated that, first, no one was allowed to disturb the martial artists in the cultivation rooms. Second, no one was allowed to kill. However, the other party had broken the first rule, which meant that they didn't care about the rules at all. If she went out now, she might really be at a disadvantage. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Moreover, she was just a weak woman. There was no need for her to show off. It's definitely not just the Qin Bishue outside. Lan Yu took a healing pill and thought about it while treating her injuries. It must be the martial artists of Phoenix Academy who came to seek revenge. The relationship between the two academies isn't good. If I go out, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. Even if I don't die, I'm afraid I'll be used as a hostage to threaten Ling Xiao. That's not smart. In the mystic world, there was no such thing as reason. In the mystic world, the fist was everything. Strength was the reason. Whoever was stronger would be right. No matter what they did, they would not be punished. Even the rules of the mystic world were set by the strong. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the same in any continent in the mystic world. Are the people of Qingshu College all cowards? Are they hiding their heads and not daring to come out? It's Mo Wushang. They really aren't the same person. Lan Yu frowned. She endured the continuous rumbling sound and continued to treat her injuries. At most, she would cut off her hearing and stop cultivating. She would just treat it as if there was a dog barking outside. She didn't believe that those people would stay outside forever. Anyway, the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda was so strong that it couldn't be destroyed by such shaking. Otherwise, this cultivation room would have been destroyed many times. Blood Skull! You're shameless! At this time, Lan Yu heard Feng Yanran's voice coming from outside. Hee, it's Miss Yanran. We didn't come to look for you. We came to look for that arrogant human. A cold voice sneered. No matter who you're looking for, you dare to violate the written rules of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. You really have guts, Feng Yanran said angrily. Chapter 909. Feng Yanran said angrily. Although the disciples of the two academies can fight here, they are not allowed to disturb the warriors who are cultivating in the single rooms. You really don't take the rules of the two academies seriously. Hee, as long as Ling Xiao comes out, we won't do anything. But does he dare? He's just a coward. What a joke. This sentence should have been said by the warrior in red. He continued, wasn't he very arrogant before? Why is he hiding in there and not daring to come out? The people outside the stone door saw that there was no movement inside and couldn't help but stare. Idiot! Feng Yanran said disdainfully. You are a warrior at the later stage of Yin and Yang Heaven. You can't even defeat a warrior of Tianmai. You actually asked for help. Are you qualified to say that others are cowards? Then what are you? You're worse than a coward? In fact, the reason why Feng Yanran came out was that she was worried about Ling Xiao's impulsiveness. Although Ling Xiao was very powerful, his cultivation was not enough. It would be fine if he was only dealing with the warrior in red. The key was that there was more than one person here, especially the Blood Skull. He was a disciple of the elite class of the Phoenix Academy. He used to be in the top 10. Although his ranking had dropped because of the addition of some masters, he was still in the top 20. Ling Xiao was definitely not his opponent. At this moment, seeing that Ling Xiao did not move, although she did not know why this guy suddenly became quiet, Feng Yanran was really relieved. Of course, she didn't know that Ling Xiao was completely immersed in the universe built by the mountain and river martial spirit. He didn't know anything about the outside world. Feng Yanran, I didn't touch you because of the Crown Prince, Feng Yishan. Don't be so shameless, the Blood Skull said coldly. If I want to deal with someone, he won't be able to escape. Emo Wushang, Qin Bishua, and you trash, you three stay here. If there's any movement, inform me immediately. Hearing this, Emo Wushang and the other two didn't look good. They were well aware of how terrifying Ling Xiao was. The only reason they dared to come here today was because of the Blood Skull's strength. If the Blood Skull left, they wouldn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao even if they had 10 times the courage. You're actually afraid of a heaven-vain martial artist? The Blood Skull's face was extremely gloomy. Senior brother, that boy is a little strange. Although he is only a celestial pulse warrior, his strength is no less than that of a 3 talents heaven cultivation. What's more, he has a woman at the peak of yin and yang heaven cultivation beside him. The red-clothed martial artist gritted his teeth and decided to tell the truth. Trash! The Blood Skull didn't believe his words at all. What kind of person could defeat a warrior at the later stage of yin and yang heaven when he was only a warrior with the cultivation of Tianmai? Senior brother Shui, you are at the critical juncture of your breakthrough. You should go back and cultivate. Leave this to me. At this moment, one of the single rooms on the 3rd floor opened, and a man in white walked out. Duan Yun! That's me. The man in white cupped his hands and smiled. Good, good. I didn't expect you to break through to the middle stage of the 3 talents heaven cultivation realm. With you here, I'm relieved. The Blood Skull laughed. The 3 of you stay with Duan Yun. With him here, that boy won't be able to overturn the heavens. After saying this, the Blood Skull turned into a cloud of blood mist and went down the pagoda. Within the blood mist, one could faintly see a terrifying skull. When the Blood Skull left, he didn't take down the secret scroll that was stuck on the dragon-breaking stone. Feng Yanran tried to take it down, but she was stopped by Duan Yun. With Feng Yanran's strength, it was impossible for her to take down the secret scroll under Duan Yun's obstruction. Therefore, she could only helplessly watch the 3 cultivation rooms with the secret scroll constantly shaking. She could only pray that the 3 people inside would be fine. Lan Yuer, who was in the cultivation room, spent an entire month in torment. Although she wasn't injured, she was constantly harassed and couldn't do anything for a month. Even her pretty face had become pale and bloodless. It's been a month. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer. Lan Yuer smiled bitterly. She had only brought a month's worth of food. After eating, she could only starve. If she had no other choice, she could only take the risk and try to rush out. Dying in battle was better than dying of hunger. In another cultivation room, Ling Xiao finally broke through the shackles and raised his cultivation to the middle stage of the one-line heaven cultivation realm. After advancing to the sky realm, the mountain river world didn't undergo any drastic changes this time. However, the spirit chi and the light and shadow mysteries contained within had obviously improved greatly. Not only that, but Ling Xiao's light mysteries had also reached the 2nd step. The 2nd step of the light mysteries was the condensation of the Scarlet Sun All. The 1st step was the Scarlet Sun Feather Coat, which was used for defense. The 2nd step was the Scarlet Sun All, which was used for attack. As for the shadow mysteries, he was still stuck at the 1st step, the shadow armor. He had yet to comprehend the 2nd step. The light and shadow mysteries were the essence that Ling Xiao had extracted from the light inheritance in the cauldron of light. He had to comprehend both the light and shadow mysteries simultaneously. Therefore, the next step was naturally to comprehend the 2nd step of the shadow mysteries. At this time, more than a month had passed. Ling Xiao felt that it was time to go out. According to his previous experience, after his cultivation had increased, he had to temper himself. He had to completely consolidate this stage before continuing to cultivate. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to display the strength of this cultivation, but his cultivation might also regress after being injured. Therefore, today, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the one-line heaven cultivation realm. This was a breakthrough of a super realm. He had to properly temper himself. At the same time, under the torture of hunger and harassment, Lan Yu finally couldn't help but open the dragon-breaking stone. Outside the dragon-breaking stone, the red-robed martial artist's face revealed a sinister sneer. He knew that the one behind this door wasn't Ling Xiao, but a martial artist called Lan Yuer. This woman's strength was only in the one-line heaven cultivation realm. She wasn't as difficult to deal with as Ling Xiao. Therefore, even without Duan Yun's help, he could ruthlessly ravage this woman. He really wanted to see if Ling Xiao would go crazy from anger when he came out and saw his friend in such a pitiful state. Of course, if he were alone, he would probably be afraid of Ling Xiao's revenge. However, now that Duan Yun was here, and he had the support of the Blood Skull, even if Ling Xiao wanted to take revenge, he wasn't afraid. He had already become unscrupulous. The red-robed martial artist was even prepared to launch a sneak attack the moment the other party came out, seriously injuring her. As long as she was seriously injured, even if she was a lion, she would have to obediently be manipulated. Stop! The moment the red-robed martial artist attacked, Feng Yanran made her move. She hadn't returned to the cultivation room to cultivate because she was worried that Ling Xiao would be attacked. Now that she saw the red-robed martial artist attacking Lan Yuer, she naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Chapter 9-10. Bang! After exchanging blows with Feng Yanran, the red-clothed martial artist retreated a few steps. It was obvious that his strength was much weaker than Feng Yanran's. Lan Yuer finally walked out. Her face was as white as a sheet of paper. The situation wasn't good. Thank you, Miss Yanran. Lan Yuer naturally knew that Feng Yanran had blocked the attack for her. Otherwise, even if she wasn't seriously injured, she would have suffered a blow. You're welcome. However, things are a little troublesome now. I didn't expect the people of the Phoenix Academy to ignore the rules. Feng Yanran frowned and said. During this period of time, she had asked for help from the disciples of the Qingshu Academy. Of course, they were from the higher-level disciples. However, when they saw that she was fine, they all refused to help. The reason was that according to the rules, higher-level martial artists couldn't interfere with the fights of lower-level martial artists. The Blood Skull had broken the rules and would definitely be punished. However, they didn't want to. They didn't know Ling Xiao and the others. There was no need for them to break the rules and get themselves into trouble for Ling Xiao and the others. Unless Feng Yanran was attacked or injured. However, the disciples of the Phoenix Academy didn't dare to hurt Feng Yanran. Miss Yanran, I advise you not to interfere, Duan Yun said with a smile. If you interfere, I will attack. If you hurt this beautiful girl, don't blame me for being ruthless. Feng Yanran had no choice but to dodge. She knew how powerful Duan Yun was. If the red-clothed martial artist attacked her, she still had a chance to escape. However, if Duan Yun attacked, she would have no chance. I didn't expect the people of the Phoenix Academy to be so shameless. If I had known, I would have attacked more ruthlessly. Another voice sounded. Haim Myunkeo came out of the single room. After a month, her cultivation had reached the middle stage of the three talents heaven realm. Her aura had improved significantly, and she had even comprehended sword intent. Although it was only the first level of sword intent, which was still far from Ling Xiao's, she was still much stronger than before she went into seclusion. There were 9 levels of sword intent at the entry level. Above the entry level was sword intent. Why aren't you affected? The red-clothed martial artist was stunned. He had been expecting Haim Myunkeo to be as weak as Lan Yuer, but the reality wasn't so. Not only was Haim Myunkeo not weak at all, but her cultivation had also improved greatly. Her strength had also improved at an astonishing rate. Previously, Ling Xiao spared your life, but you didn't know how to be grateful. You even dared to do such a despicable thing. It seems like you've gone crazy from wanting to die. Haim Myunkeo was very clear that Ling Xiao had been merciful before. If he had been a little more vicious, this red-clothed martial artist would have been crippled. Furthermore, the other Phoenix Academy martial artists in the other single rooms could forget about cultivating in peace. When it came to practical secret technique scrolls and magic arrays, Ling Xiao was many times better than the Blood Skull. The only reason he hadn't done so was because he didn't want to break the rules of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Tower. However, from the looks of it now, these rules were only made for honest people. Truly evil people would not care about these things at all. What a joke! With me around, do you think you can kill him? Duan Yun looked at Haim Myung-keo and laughed. You, on the other hand, look pretty good and have some strength. Why don't you follow me? I can introduce you to the Phoenix Academy. It's better than following behind a Heaven Pulse martial artist. You're not worthy, Haim Myung-keo said indifferently. Compared to him, you're just a rat in a smelly ditch. You what? Duan Yun's originally calm face was now filled with anger. He had always prided himself on being handsome and confident. He could basically get any woman he wanted, especially female martial artists from the Heavenly Dragon continent. If their cultivation was lower than his, he only needed to give them a look, and they would throw themselves into his arms. However, this Haim Myung-keo before him actually dared to not give him any face? I'm just a rat in a smelly ditch, Haim Myung-keo repeated without fear. Hee, this Duan likes hot wild horses like you. You're the type that makes conquering you even more enjoyable. Duan Yun suddenly revealed a lustful and evil smile. Although I don't know what kind of relationship you have with that Ling Xiao, I'm sure that after I'm done with you, that guy will definitely go crazy. Hee, just thinking about it makes me excited. Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue, who were standing to the side, shook their heads. The former Holy Sun, the high and mighty Holy Sun, was now being molested by such a lecher. It was truly too sad. The two of them had once had improper thoughts about the Holy Sun. However, in their hearts, they thought highly of the Holy Sun, Haim Myung-keo. Duan Yun, you're too disgusting. The Blood Skull is not a good person to associate with someone like you. Feng Yanren frowned and scolded. The love between a man and a woman is the way of nature. How is it disgusting? Duan Yun said disdainfully. Miss Yanran, compared to Haim Myung-keo, you're much less beautiful. Therefore, this Duan has no interest in you. Ha. Although he didn't dare to hurt Feng Yanran, he still dared to insult her verbally. Haim Myung-keo coldly looked at Duan Yun. Her originally rosy and pretty face had turned ashen. You're dead today. She had always been overbearing and arrogant. Although she had lost to Ling Xiao and was saved by Ling Xiao, she had restrained herself a lot. However, when facing others, she wouldn't give them a good face. Senior brother Duan, I'll have to trouble you to deal with that woman. She's also quite beautiful. Ling Xiao really has good luck with women. I'll also have a taste. Duan Yun's words aroused the desire in the red-clothed cultivator's heart. Looking at Lan Yue's haggard yet pitiful face, he couldn't help but lick his chapped lips. His eyes were filled with excitement. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Although Lan Yue was very weak now, she still had the ability to commit suicide. In this world, chastity was more important than life for many women. Die. I'll definitely let you have it. It's definitely better than that guy's job. The red-clothed cultivator revealed a beastly expression and laughed. That guy wants to continue being a coward? Then let him hear your beautiful voice. However, his laughter came to an abrupt end at this moment. Because Ling Zhao's single room, the dragon's snapping stone, had opened. The terrifying killing intent seemed to have turned into a substance as it spread out, firmly entangling the red-robed martial artist. This caused Duan Yun's expression to change. His hand was too slow, and Haim Myung-keo cut off one of his fingers. It was so painful that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. When the red-clothed cultivator saw this scene, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled. That bone-chilling killing intent seemed to grab hold of his soul. He didn't dare to act rashly. He ran behind Duan Yun, Mo Wushang, and Qin Bixue as if he was running for his life. However, that terrifying killing intent didn't lessen in the slightest. Ling Zhao's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate a person's body. It was like a sharp sword that pierced into the red-clothed cultivator's body. That gaze was like examining a dead person. Chapter 9-11. After a while, Ling Xiao withdrew his murderous gaze. The martialist in red gasped for breath and realized that his clothes were completely soaked. Ling Xiao didn't look at him again. Instead, he walked over and handed Lan Yu a pill. "Senior sister, I'm sorry for being late." Duan Yun stood there, feeling as if he had been completely ignored. He had always been very confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested to the Blood Skull that he should stay here and guard Ling Xiao. The more confident and prideful a person was, the more they couldn't tolerate being ignored. Compared to the martialist in red, Duan Yun wanted to let Ling Xiao have a taste of his power. However, the waves of pain coming from his finger forced him to hurry up and treat his injury. It seemed like he had only lost a finger. However, Haim Myongkeo's sword intent was not to be underestimated. If he didn't expel it immediately, it would be very troublesome. Lan Yu fell into Ling Xiao's arms and shook her head weakly. "You're not late. Just in time." At this moment, she only felt warmth and sweetness. She was very lucky to have someone she could rely on. Ling Xiao gently tidied up Lan Yu's messy hair. Then, he circulated his heavenly yuan energy to repair her dry meridians. Lan Yu hadn't been able to absorb spirit energy from the outside world for the past month. Therefore, her meridians had withered and even shrunk a little. If it wasn't dealt with in time, it would affect her future cultivation. "This happened because of me. Senior sister, you suffered because of me. I can only blame myself for being too merciful." Ling Xiao regretted it very much. Back then, he had only injured the martialist in red and chased him away. He hadn't crippled his cultivation or killed him. He had thought that the martialist would at least restrain himself. However, he hadn't expected that the martialist would be so shameless that he wouldn't hesitate to break the rules of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda to take revenge on them. If it had been an honorable revenge, Duan Yun would have been able to accept it. However, he couldn't accept such a despicable act of interfering with someone else's cultivation. Moreover, the martialist had hurt the senior sister who had treated him the best. If he hadn't met Lan Yu when he was in Yuehua school, his future would have been even more difficult. Lan Yu's body was slightly trembling, but it wasn't because she was afraid. Instead, she was excited and touched. Ever since Ling Xiao confirmed his relationship with the Moon Lady, she had automatically withdrawn from the relationship. She didn't want to become a despicable third party. However, although she had withdrawn, the feelings she had for Ling Xiao had only been hidden. They had not disappeared. At this moment, feeling the other party's gentleness, she actually felt a little choked up. "Miss Yanran Mingkong, please help me take care of senior sister Lan. I need to clean up the trash." Seeing Lan Yu's face gradually become rosy, Ling Xiao slowly got up and turned to the other two girls. "No problem." Feng Yanran hurriedly supported Lan Yu. However, Haim Myongkeo frowned and said, "That Duan Yun is at the middle stage of 3 talents heaven. Not to mention, there are 3 other guys here who are at the late stage of yin-yang heaven. Can you do it? How do you know if you don't try?" Ling Xiao's cultivation had just broken through, and his light profound had reached the 2nd step. Without trying, he didn't know how strong he was. "You're crazy." Haim Myongkeo looked at Ling Xiao helplessly, then stood aside and said, "Leave Duan Yun's life to me. I want to kill him with my own hands." Duan Yun had humiliated her in every possible way. If Ling Xiao hadn't suddenly appeared, he would have succeeded. For Haim Myongkeo, who valued her chastity, such a person must die. Moreover, she wanted to kill him with her own hands. "No problem." Ling Xiao turned to look at Mo Wushang, Qin Bixue, the martial artist in red, and Duan Yun. He said indifferently, "I haven't been in the Divine Phoenix continent for long. I didn't want to kill anyone, but you guys just had to provoke me. I'll give you one last chance. Destroy your own cultivation and get lost. Otherwise, the 4 of you will be the first people I kill after coming to the Divine Phoenix continent. No, you guys don't deserve to be called humans. This guy is not easy to deal with." Duan Yun finally knew that the martial artist in red wasn't bluffing. The human martial artist in front of him didn't seem to have a high cultivation, but he emitted an aura that made people fear him. His cultivation wasn't strong, but his overall strength was terrifying. Duan Yun took a deep breath and took out a weapon that he hadn't used before. A fan. An immortal artifact-level fan. Of course, he couldn't destroy his own cultivation. It was a long and arduous process to reach the middle stage of 3 talents heaven. If he destroyed his own cultivation, it would be difficult for him to catch up with his peers. Of course, he didn't want to die, so he had to take action. The 4 of us will work together and kill him, Duan Yun said coldly. Emma Wushang, Qin Bishue, you guys are afraid of him. However, if you dare to escape today, you won't be able to escape death when you return to the Phoenix Academy. You can choose whether you want to deal with this guy with me or choose to escape. Ling Xiao touched his storage ring lightly, and the purple flash sword appeared in his hand. The purple light flickered, and it was quite dazzling. An immortal artifact could only be used by a Heaven Realm martial artist to display a stronger combat strength and effect. The current purple flash sword was much more terrifying than it had ever been before. Duan Yun really wanted to kill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have drawn his sword. And Mo Wushang and Qin Bishue looked at each other, and finally chose to stay. Just as Duan Yun said, if they dared to escape today, they would also die, and their deaths would be even more miserable. When the martial artist in red saw this, he was overjoyed. Ling Xiao, I want to see if you die first, or if I die first. The man's arrogant appearance was really asking for a beating. He had been hiding behind Duan Yun, not daring to make a sound. Now that he saw the 3 of them working together, he immediately became arrogant. He probably thought that if the 4 of them worked together, killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. The martial artists of the Phoenix Academy are all good-for-nothings who bully others with numbers, Feng Yanren said coldly. Although her words weren't pleasant to hear, they were also somewhat absolute. Duan Yun and the others couldn't refute her words. At this moment, any one of them would be in danger if they were to face Ling Xiao alone. Only when the 4 of them worked together would they have a chance of winning. TSK, 3 martial artists in the late stage of the sky of 2 elements, and 1 martial artist in the middle stage of the 3 talents realm are working together just to deal with a Heaven Pulse martial artist. You guys have really embarrassed the Phoenix Academy. Hai Myung-keo sneered. Don't care about them. Just kill that guy. Duan Yun didn't care about his reputation. He only knew that they were in a dangerous situation, and the 4 of them had to work together. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just slowly pointed the purple flash sword in his hand at the 4 of them and said, Since you guys have given up on your last hope of survival, don't blame me. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.